PJ investigate, she gonna find the truth. She gonna crack the case, yeah. It's not a lie when it's paperwork. She will expose the truth. Daily updates for you. Better subscribe like I knew you would. We gotta stand for what's right. We gotta do for the good, yeah. I don't know what y'all have heard. That surprise witness got the word. We don't believe in Scientology. I do not need your mind control on me. We don't need your conservatorships, no. We doing right what's right for the kids. Whoa.
Y'all cannot control me. I control my own mind. You could've controlled me then. Still not in this lifetime. Can you send us down the pink angel from the heavens of truth?
That's me.
You don't want to debate with BJ. The studying law is what she do.
Frankie Grande.
No, not Frankie Grande. Hello everybody. How are you today? I was going to play my other song. Then I was like, no, I'm not going to make them wait like that. But then I should have, because I still got to do something. I need to take the pinned message up off the top. Ooh, I am running late and it stresses me out. And like, I don't know. I don't really have like anxiety, but it kind of like makes me feel like some feeling close to anxiety when I'm late for stuff. I don't like it. And I know it's like rude or whatever to like be late or whatever when y'all are, I'll say this. When I am waiting for somebody to go live and they keep pushing it back, I'm like aggravated. So I can understand, you know, whatever. Anyway, hi, how are you? So it's Friday. I don't always go live on Fridays, but I just simply had to today because we're going to be here today for at least as long as we have been here for the last 2 days. I have so many things to go over with y'all. Some of the things are brand new and some of the things are kind of like circle backs. Some of the things are circle backs. Now, follow-ups, you could say. I have my little notes up here. Sorry, I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm just like kind of worked up. I have so much stuff. It's the same thing as yesterday and the day before. It's like, all right, if y'all are going to have a little patience if you don't mind, please. But by the end of this video, it's going to be jaw on the floor again, I think. Even up to the last second, even up to like moments ago, I was still finding new stuff that I was like, oh my God, I have to talk about that. I have to talk about that. I don't know how much of it I'm going to actually even get to today. So I am like a little bit trying to like calm myself a little, but I'm excited. It's going to be a good research day, live investigation. So I did give y'all a little bit of backstory yesterday as to why I'm covering this case. You know, for lack of a better word, why I care. And I kind of talked about my own personal story or whatever. If you missed, you know, that, you can go back and watch that. That's not the purpose of right now. And I already, like I said, I'm not going to be harping on that. Now, that being said, I did forget to mention a couple things during that. Number one, I know how it feels to be kind of like targeted as, you know, by these like big guys, you know, as a little guy, or, you know, I'm not obviously a guy, but, you know, the saying. So I had forgotten to mention yesterday, like Rock Nation, the CEO of Rock Nation. She just like last week had my DMs subpoenaed through a third party. I didn't even know about it. By the time I found out about it, there was a court order for my DMs in a case involving the CEO of Rock Nation. Now, Rock Nation itself, that's Jay-Z's like record label or whatever, and now management company and who knows what else. But originally Rock Nation was sued itself, and they got dropped from the lawsuit. But I did say last week when all that was going on that I'm going to be reading every single court document in this case from now on, because if you want to subpoena my stuff, I don't get any notice. I don't get any opportunity to be heard. Oh, yes. No, I have not forgotten about that promise. Okay. This case with Reckless Ben is a big deal. He's currently silenced and gagged and unable to speak. And I want to talk about it. It's a very important matter of public concern involving all of our constitutional rights. And so don't you worry. I have not forgotten about my promise to read through those lawsuits, those legal filings in that case. All right, what else? Oh, also I forgot to mention yesterday, and there was like pretty much the whole second like segment of the video of the section that I made was like talking about how I've been in a similar situation as Reckless Ben before, where I was like gagged because someone literally lied and like said that I'm not saying that the people on the other side lied, but in Ben's case, but in my case, I absolutely can guarantee you there was lies written in court documents. But because the judge didn't know what was a lie and what was a truth, he granted the restraining order. So there was a few months where I was not able to speak. Pretty much similar situation to Ben is right now. Couldn't even mention them. Couldn't mention some of her family members. Couldn't make any posts online. Now the judge did not order me to take down any of the content I already had up, thankfully, which is different in the Reckless Ben case. But during all that time where I was silenced for those months unconstitutionally, and I ended up getting granted attorney's fees because that was a slap suit, and fees and costs, and that goes to my lawyers. But during that time when I couldn't talk, there were a few people who did kind of pick up the torch or whatever, and they kind of did come out and make videos, and they were in a way they were kind of like my voice. And one of those people in particular is Down the Rabbit Hole News, and I wanted to shout her out. And that was like pretty much the whole lead up was supposed to be that. Like I wanted to shout her out, but it was like I was trying to get everything out faster yesterday. I didn't want to spend like any longer than necessary on that section of talking. And so for that, I like was just like speeding up too much, and I forgot to mention Rabbit, which was like a very important part of that. So shout out to her for standing up for all of our rights and covering that story. Oh, is she? She's in the chat. Shout out to Rabbit. So yeah, I wanted to tell and to tell her thank you. I don't know if I ever even formally did, but she did all that coverage without me asking her to do it. I did not direct her to do it. She just saw something that she was interested in and that she thought was wrong, and she, saw something, said something. So shout out to her. Thank you to her for that. There has been some news that kind of broke in the last several hours on the Reckless Ben case. He did go to court. He went to court. Sorry. I'm like excited and ready to get to this stuff I found, but I do have to have a few housekeeping things. So he did have court, and oh my God, thank you so much, Murph, for the $100 Australian. I think that's what that is. You're doing fantastic work. The more people that can see your effort, the better. Thank you. Yeah, it was like a shout out to Valhalla. Valhalla Awaits in the chat. He does a show, I don't know how many nights a week or whatever, but they were live. He goes live with Making Law Simple, and I was able to catch a little bit of the episode last night. I go to sleep early. I'm like kind of I'm on grandma hours. I go to sleep early. I wake up early. So I kind of like am pittered out by that time usually, but I was up and trying to watch. So Ben did have a pretrial hearing for one of his cases. He has 2 criminal cases that I know of. They are misdemeanors, not felonies. I keep hearing this felony stuff get thrown around. I've not seen any indication on court records he's being charged or investigated for any felonies. I mean, yeah, it's stalking. It's like serious sounding stuff, but it says like right under it, misdemeanors. So let me see if I even have these. No, I done closed it out, girl. Okay, so I might be able to pull that up later. But anyway, so I say all that to say I already made a video about that, about the court date. So if y'all on That Surprise Witness, and that'll come out in a little while. So I did talk about that, and I do have a video coming on that in its own little package. Okay, so speaking of clips I put a clip out last night on here from yesterday's live, and it's about that lawsuit. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC, where what's his name, Ammon McNeff got sued by what appeared at first to be his business partner, what's his name, David Gibb. But upon further examination of the court record, come to find out David Gibb was saying that Ammon McNeff did not have any right to be doing all them filings on his behalf and this and that and the other. So I do want to be very clear, and I want to let y'all know, did I X out of there? That case was dismissed. I had the stuff all pulled up here to show to y'all, but I guess I just like stress closed all my tabs. Anybody ever do that? I stress closed my tabs. So, It's just like too many. It's like 10,000 are open. It's like, oh, maybe I was keeping those open. Maybe past me was keeping those up there for a reason. Times like this. I do think that. Okay, hold on. I do have the filing though. So let me bring that up for y'all and show it to you. So I did say this in the live yesterday, but just to reiterate here, because I did put a clip out and people were asking, what's the status of this? What's the status of this? I did say this in yesterday's live. I guess that part just didn't, make it into the clip, or I said it at a different time or something. This is the dismissal of the lawsuit. This comes on February 10th, 2021. And this was David Gibb, afraid of lawsuits, lawyer, Jeremy Reutzel. And it says notice of voluntary dismissal with prejudice. Pursuant to rule blah, 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 David Gibb and Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC, voluntarily dismiss the above captioned action with prejudice. Okay, so he withdrew, basically. It looks like he withdrew the case. Now, Trail Treats is saying, is it because they settled? I would assume they settled, but I obviously don't know for sure. And maybe he dropped it for some other reason. But yeah, I mean, they seem to have worked it out amongst themselves. So I did say that yesterday. I just want to be very clear and reiterate that today. As y'all know, it is a pretty litigious group of people that we are talking about over here. I mean, I get comments every day now if I'm scared now, if that, Bricks and Minifigs gonna come after me and I better be careful. And it's like, well, that's part of like doing these long AF intros where I have to double back on things and just make sure that everything is clear. I have to do all these disclaimers all the time. In part to avoid getting sued by these crazies, but also just to make sure that it's clear that I am, while I do try to be funny and entertaining and, engaging and all of that, my highest priority is to figure out what really happened and what's the truth. Otherwise we can't get to, anything else further than that. So I don't think. So what's the truth and what really happened? That requires, being honest here. And, I don't want it to be misconstrued like I was trying to bury the lead or something. The lawsuit's gone. Bye-bye. But I did find it to be very interesting when we read it yesterday. And I am, so I have like all this other stuff going on, right? I have I'm doing this investigation. It's taking up pretty much all my free time, but like voluntarily, I'm just very interested in it. And I also have other things to keep going. Like I have 2 other channels. I have my documentary channel. And yesterday I had to wake up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to review this like Lindsay Lohan video that I made. So it's like alter switching all day, girl. But that video is going to be coming out soon on BJ Investigates. So make sure you subscribe to that, please. Actually, make sure you subscribe to this channel while you're at it. Okay. Like I said, disclaimers are going to be just part of what, it's occupational asset protection, liability protection, and also just, again, like it's the truth. I'm not accusing anyone of committing any crimes unless there is a conviction. All right. Everybody, Ben, Ammon, Matt, everybody should be considered innocent until proven guilty. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. The burden is on the state and or on the plaintiff in a civil suit to prove liability or criminality. In a criminal case, it'll be beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is after it goes up to a jury. I am not on a jury. I do not know these people. I do not have any background information, anything that is not public. I don't have any information. So this really is just my opinion. I am a lawyer. I do bring some, of that perspective into my analysis, and I try to explain stuff. It's not legal advice. Okay. So I know I do this all the time and it probably is annoying for y'all to hear. It is annoying for me to say, but it's kind of like, when you're sitting in the exit row and the lady makes you take your headphones off and verbally agree. Like, it's kind of like, it's a necessary evil, I guess. Okay. So then I want to start a little segment. I guess I need to start this as a segment, like, picking one stupid comment. I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't give these people any airtime, But sometimes a comment just, I can't resist. Sometimes I just can't resist. So this is one I got yesterday on a video that, or I guess 2 days ago. And this person says they're diagnosing me. They're diagnosing me without ever even treating me as a patient. He said, you're mentally defective. Oh my goodness. Mentally defective if you think it's at all reasonable to libel Erica Kirk. We have the Erica Kirk Defense League in my lowly little comment section, y'all. Okay, I did not libel her. I said she had freakish eyes, and she does. That is a fact. Her eyes are freakish. The general public, reasonable person would agree. And then he goes on. I mean, this man needs to go to the psych ward. Then you blaspheme Jesus, he said. Now we know your advice is worthless. Oh my God, I could write a dissertation. I did not libel Erica Kirk. This atrocity has nothing to do with politics. No shit. This is on a Bricks and Minifigs video. Like, this is what I have to deal with. These are the people swarming into my comments. This atrocity has nothing to do with politics. I think if you look at the scrolling banner below, like for the hours and hours that I'm live streaming, it says, I don't belong to a political party. I don't like politics. I think it's two wings of the same bird. I think it's two faces of the same coin. I think it's two cults, quite frankly, that I want absolutely nothing to do with. I want nothing to do with it. They all lying, they all stealing, and they all cheating. Next. Like, yeah, and they all probably were on Epstein's plane too while we had it. At least 80% of them. So this person must have got blocked from one of my other channels. I agree it has nothing to do with politics. I actually think it's very, very cool, very great that this Reckless Ben thing seems to be uniting generations, uniting political people on sides of the political aisle, different religions. I mean, the Reckless Ben saga has united the whole world against, tyranny and corruption. So I agree. Nothing to do with politics at all. Blaspheme Jesus. I mean, I'm not a girl, please. And now we know your advice is worthless. Like I just said, nothing I say over here is advice. Don't listen to my advice. Don't listen to nothing I say. May God have mercy on your soul. He will. Don't worry. Because nobody else will. Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you would have mercy on my soul. Because this person said nobody would have mercy on my soul. Yeah, Erica Kirk freaks me out. She freaks me out. If you watch my videos from like the time that it happened, like I said, I'm not political one side or the other. I do think Charlie Kirk might have been a little more, many things than me, but I think it was really wrong and really messed up and scary and, horrible that not only that he obviously lost his life in the course of doing something that he had the right to do, even if he was saying stuff you do or don't agree with. I'm not even gonna say I don't agree with it, because I really truly I don't even know what the man was saying. I was not checking for Charlie Kirk, if we're being honest. I was not listening to him. I guess I wasn't his target audience. Like, I just don't know. So I'm not even trying to be like, I don't always agree with him. I don't know if I agreed with him or not, because I wasn't checking for him. However, it was horrible what happened to him. It's horrible that he has children that are going to be left behind, and it's horrible that so many millions of us had to see that. Many people actually live, and then the clip circulated. I mean, it's just horrible in every way, and I stand by that, and I've always said that. Erica Kirk acting like a weirdo is a totally separate subject, and it's weird. She's weird. She freaks me out. She needs to just go home. Like, there's no reason for her to be doing what she's doing. That's my opinion. So I'm not sorry about that. So that person got hid from channel. Okay. Also, I have very exciting news. I did just start this channel that you're on right now from I think 3 months ago. When did I start it? March, April, May, June, like 3 months ago. And so I'm doing, my best to try to get the little channel going. It's my live show and all that. And I did ask y'all to do this yesterday, but if you don't mind, I have a video that's freakishly on the hype top 100. Okay, I don't know how it happened. It's the first time I think this has ever happened in my life on any of my channels. And it's like my smallest little one out of the 3. This video right here, Bricks and Minifigs CEO sued his own dad. It's on the Hype. I don't know how you can see. Maybe you can only see Hype on the it's on the Hype 100. Okay, he sued his own dad. These look so much alike. Maybe I should change those thumbnails. Anyway, it's the one where he sued his own dad, not the one where he got sued. If y'all could go hype that if you haven't already. I'm trying to see how high I can get my hype up the leaderboard. All right. So that was all my announcements. That was all the housekeeping. And, oh, it only took 20 minutes. Good. Thank you so much to High D11 for the $9.99. Just wanted to say, oh God, I have something in my eye. Just wanted to say thank you so much. Thanks for all your research. I'm glued. Okay, yes, you're welcome. I'm having a great time doing this. I'm like, I've been compared in the past to a dog with a bone. Okay, like she's like a dog with a bone. And I like to consider myself like maybe like a little Yorkie, like a cute little, like a cute dog that you put bows in its hair, something like that. Anyway, okay, so let me get my water ready. We have so much to do today. Oh my God. The Alpha Lab 1, you're so right. Oh. Don't listen to anyone. There's a lot of haters out there that basically worship criminals. You're so right. I learned that when I was covering the Epstein situation. Thank you for that $5. Thank you to Fancy Face for becoming a new member. Okay. Yeah. As my copper water, I'm not a doctor, but the cool kids are all drinking out of copper right now, so don't miss out. But also don't drink too much from it. Like have like a glass, a couple glasses. Don't drink too much from it because it can hurt your got distracted, sorry. Because it could hurt your kidneys or something. So like don't drink all copper water. I do know that. Sorry. I just want to show y'all. Okay, so this is just so y'all can see. Somebody asked, can I show my other channels? This is one channel. It's called BJ Investigates. That one's been around since 2022. That's the one where I do like documentaries and stuff like that. And then ThatSurpriseWitness is my other channel. This is the one where I do videos like that are kind of like this one that I'm, the live show. It's kind of like me, sitting there making small videos. So like, his real motive on camera, the cops, basically getting caught lying or whatever. So those are my 2 channels. Thanks so much, Forever Sealed in Christ, DJ, for the $4.99. We not done. No, we are not. We have so much more to get to. We haven't even started. Not only are we not done, we ain't even started. Thank you for the $4.99. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that, Valhalla. That's a good idea. I do see my mom's in the chat. It must be she been busy at work. Put a 2 in the chat if you notice my mom has not been around this week. I noticed. Somebody put a 2 for me. Where am I here? I'm going to make this. Hold on. I think yesterday me and Valhalla Awaits became best friends. I think he said that on live. So I think we're best friends now or something. I need to go run the tapes back. Okay. People noticed you wasn't there. Thank you, IT Guru, for the $5 super chat explaining Erica Kirk fans. Think about how dumb the average person is and then remember half of them are dumber than that. It's so hard for me to think like that because my IQ is just simply so high. I just can't even fathom it. But I do try to be compassionate each and every day. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And I do think it's terrible, on a personal level. somebody having to go through the loss of a spouse at a young age like that with young kids, that is terrible. But she still does behave in a very weird way, and that's the truth, in my opinion. Okay, so the big news from since last time we talked, as far as like breaking news in the court case and all of that, is some audio has come out of the reckless Ben court case in the case of Provo versus the city of Provo, Utah versus Ben. And then there's also another case, this state of Utah versus Ben. But that audio came out. I made a video on that. It's going to be coming out later. So basically, yeah, he's representing himself. That doesn't really bother me that much. I do not know. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you. Shaylin Crystal, what's up with you posting a video when Valhalla went live? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this. I do not take into consideration what time anybody else is going live for the most part as a general rule. And I do not expect other people to take into consideration when I am going live. I do, if I, see somebody is about to go live and I need to drop a video, or let's do it the other way. If I'm about to go live, but I see someone had a video premiering, I will hold off on going live. So many times I will do that, especially if it's somebody that's covering the same topic as me. But I am a very friendly person. I like to make connections. I like to connect with people. And if I didn't go live at the same time that everybody I know on YouTube goes live, I would never go live. I'll be waiting in line like we at the, new ride at the Six Flags. Like I would never be able to go live. I would never be able to post a video. So I'm hoping Valhalla understands. I didn't know he was going live, but just in general, like this is not a rule I subscribe to. The other day y'all saw it with my cousin, my brother Tufstino. He was in my chat and he's like, "Oh my God, I didn't know you were live right now. I would have held off." And I do appreciate that. That's very nice. But I even told him, y'all, you have a job to do. If your coworker is working from 9 to 5, does that mean you don't go into the office till 5:01? No, of course not. If they're using the printer, you just wait for the printer. If there's 2 printers, you're just going to go use the printer because you have a job to do. So that's how I operate. I'm never trying to go live at the same time as somebody else to spite them or whatever. I have and will in the future held off and will hold off in the future on going live or posting a video. Especially if I'm covering the same topic as somebody and I know there's an audience overlap. Of course, it is something I do take into consideration, but I have 3 channels that I'm pretty much running all by myself. I get a little bit of help, here and there, and I do have an editor for the documentary channel, and that's it. It's really like a 2.5 person team. My mom's in here. She don't get paid. This is kind of like, I don't have time to go check everybody I know on YouTube. I'm going to be knowing a lot more people on YouTube as the years go by. I just simply cannot ascribe to this thing about like, you don't go live when the other person's going live. Now, if we've talked about it and we're trying to lead into each other's lives, that's cool. I like doing that. But I can't, I got so much stuff to worry about, like getting sued for millions of dollars and getting the truth out. I don't have time to be going and check for everybody. And it's just not feasible. When I'm ready to go live, I go live. So... period. All right. But I do thank you for letting me address that, because I don't think I've ever said it specifically, and I don't want anybody to take my actions in the wrong way. So that's my explanation. Shout out to Valhalla. I heard we became best friends yesterday. Okay. So we did talk about yesterday the LLC names, and y'all were doing some very funny names. They started a thread on the Reddit of funny LLC names. So I thought we could read some of them. And it's probably some of y'all. Let me know if some of these are from y'all. Somebody said 13 hours ago, fun journalist said, "What's your best LLC name to define the McNeff's scheme?" Okay, scheme, not accusing anybody of a crime. He said, "I'll go first. We are not an organized crime scheme, LLC. I love you, American Fork Police Department, LLC. Afraid of lawsuits, LLC. Wait, this is real, and it's theirs. This some conscious manner or whatever matter probably knew that. Criminally mine instead of legally mine. The Book of Mormon, LLC. I don't know. I'm feeling bad for the Mormons catching strays. Like, I thought about it last night, and like, actually in real life, it just so happens to be all the Mormons I actually know are like very cool. Like they're very cool people and they kind of mind their business and they're like actually they have like they have home training. They know how to act. They're polite. It's like, damn. Every Mormon is catching strays because of this brick and minifigs fiasco. I don't get this one. Roy Cohn, wannabe and Beagle Boys. This will be the underrated comment. I hope Roy Cohn still, I don't know what that is. Okay, Reckless Bam. Okay, nothing to see here, LLC. The Divine Right of If We Don't Take It, Someone Else Will, LLC. That one's creative. That technically belongs to me now, LLC. Heads I win, tails you lose, LLC. Oh my God, these are funny. We Will Steal, LLC. Okay, they're going to sue somebody over that one. Allegedly, that's a joke, parody. It's not an accusation. The LLC stands for Large Lego Collections. Shielding what's illegally behind. Oh, wait, hold on. Shielding what's illegally mine behind the veil. Oh, no. LLC. Narcissists Are Us. Girl, I don't know what that is. Uno Reverse LLC. His Own LLC in Utah. Yes, this is real. Craigle. I don't get it. Mac Theft. Silent Film Villain. Oh, yeah, because that mustache. 3 LLC Monty, the LLC. Franchisees Are Welcome, LLC. Okay, so anyway, I thought those were fun and funny. I mean, I guess, it's kind of one of those two things can be true. Like, I do think it is possible that in this particular case, the cops and maybe some of the law enforcement are treating this case differently because of the Mormon affiliation. I think that could possibly be true, but at the same time, it'd still be true that, like, not all Mormons, you know what I mean? Who thought I would be making so many videos on 2 different BAMs? I'm glad somebody else said it because I've been kind of having a little bit of a mind, like, every time I say it. Thank you for that $5 super chat, May Bombs. Thank you to the Real Alpha Lab 1. We steal from old people, LLC. Yeah. Seats taken. Hashtag not all Mormons. The assets aren't here, LLC. Exactly. Okay, so that was one thing I wanted to show y'all. All of this is kind of the section of kind of circling back to like things we talked about yesterday. And one of the things we talked about yesterday was Daddy McNeff, right? What's his name? Daniel. So let me go to the web. Y'all, the web has expanded since yesterday, since last we spoke. This is just notes. This is not AI. There was absolutely no AI assistance in making this. This is my work. I mean, I guess, like, I'm sure there's some type of AI, like when you type or whatever, but like I took all this stuff and put it in here myself. So this is not like this is my web. This is my mind map. And it is, I tried to share a part of it on the Reckless Ben subreddit the other day, and the mods deleted it for self-promotion. So I guess I can't share it on the Reddit, but I did start my own like Reddit or whatever over there just for that reason, because I need to have somewhere to post my stuff. And I guess if I'm gonna get my stuff deleted on the Reckless Ben Reddit, I guess we can't look at it over there. A YouTuber named Heavy D Sparks scammed me during a raffle he did, Hypocritical World said, and many others. There's a pattern with Mormons in Utah to some degree. Much love. Thank you for the $10 Canadian. And that's what I'm trying to say. I think there could be some aspect of that going on, but I don't think it's like every single. I think they'll scam a Mormon too, kind of thing. But it does require nuance, and I don't know. I could be completely wrong. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you. Which mind map program? This is a like a pre-installed thing that comes with Apple devices, and it comes on MacBooks, it comes on iPhones, and it is called Freeform. It should just be installed if you have an Apple, if you have an iPhone, if you have a MacBook, and it's up to date. So just might even be on your dock at the bottom. And you can make different webs. I have many, 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 many different webs. My most extreme one is probably like my most, not extreme, but what would I say? Advanced one is probably the Blake Lively. Well, it could be the Epstein. I'll just show y'all. I do this. I've been doing this for a couple years now since this program started existing. This is the Epstein web, for example. You know, I kind of make these maps and webs and lay things out. It helps me to remember where things are. It's a really convenient way to remember where things are. I did a web on the media PR push from hell. It just goes and goes. I think it is generative, which means like theoretically you can just make it kind of like infinite. So anyway, yeah. So I do these, I make these. It's a way for me to organize my research and my thoughts, and it's also a way for me to help with visuals. I think like everybody to some extent is a visual learner, and so it helps, I think, explain what I'm saying as well. Amber, okay, I will. I want to kind of get moving now, but I will. Thank you for the $1.99, and somebody remind me to do that wrench later. Okay. What's the app? It's called Freeform. Freeform, and it's on Apple products. Okay. What's the subreddit? BJC live show. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't know if there's like underscores. Yeah, it's all one word. Here it is. This is what the Reddit looks like if y'all want to go over there. And I'll just be posting, you know, stuff like I posted the web. I only have one follower right now, or two. I don't like Reddit. Truly, I don't. I just wanted to be able to post my stuff somewhere so y'all could see it as I find it. Because that when I'm like really like first starting and like really digging into investigations, I like to be able to post stuff, you know, on Instagram or whatever. I could do it on Instagram too, I guess. But I really don't like Reddit, so don't expect for me to be like keeping up with Reddit or anything after, you know, unless I'm going through little spurts like this of very intense research. Not your Legos LLC, exactly. Okay, so yesterday we talked about the dad, right? We talked about Daniel McNeff. I always almost call him MacDuff. Probably because the duh. Anyway, we talked about him. I have now filled in the web even more. I kind of took these arrows and I've linked them to the various players. I do expect that the shape of this is going to change. I expect I'm going to end up moving legally mine more up and like, you know, moving things around. But this is kind of like the foundation like we have been kind of working off of. Ben has made his way all the way over here, and I still haven't done that much research on that side. Might have added one thing over there. Yeah, so this is just the different stuff here. We got the Bam afraid of lawsuit stuff up here that we talked about yesterday. David Gibb. Why, you know, reminding myself even. Sometimes I feel like I'm in that movie Memento, whatever, with like with the guy that's got to write stuff on his arms and like leave like clues for himself because he's gonna forget. Like, I have a very good memory, but what it is I've been traumatized because they will delete stuff. Y'all have probably seen this. Put a 2 in the chat if you've seen it, even in this case where it's like, oh, the website changed, or oh, it used to say this on the website and now it has something else. The website I use is called Freeform. If more people ask that, y'all just let them know. I ain't trying to gatekeep. Thank you so much to Sean for the $4.99. I should check out Malt Ego. It scrapes public info and maps. Okay. Is it open? It's like open source. Yeah, I like public info. Thank you for the $4.99. I know. Yeah. The BAM overlap is interesting. Okay. So yesterday we were talking about this dad. One of the things that I looked into and we were kind of investigating is whether this man was a broker. He had done an interview with I think, Propreneur podcast, where he had said he had been a broker. He was a broker. He worked with, I'm paraphrasing here, this is from my memory, but he said he worked with a large financial corporation, Citigroup, he said, and everything like that. And then we ended up going into the broker check. Remember, we went into broker check, and I was like, okay, there's this guy in there. His name is Daniel McNeff. It's the only Daniel McNeff who comes up, and the middle name is J, not just the letter J initial, J-A-Y, full J, J-A-Y, Daniel J. McNeff. And I was like, I don't know if the owner of Bricks and Minifigs' dad's middle name is J. I did see in the public record where he had used the middle initial J before, we speculated or whatever. Well, I have an update on that. I have found further confirmation, which leads me to believe that his middle name is in fact and indeed J, J-A-Y. And hold on, let me cover up this address. Hold on. This is from a UCC financing statement. Somebody on Reddit. I wish I remembered who. I would give them credit. Reddit credit. But somebody on Reddit requested all these UCC financing statements. We don't need to get into what that is right now, but it is like a, formal document that you file with, government related entities, and it does appear as though his name is in fact Daniel J. McNeff, at least according to this other document. So we have further proof that his middle name is J and not just middle initial J, J-A-Y. Okay, so why is that important? Well, when I went and looked up on the government broker check, the FINRA broker check website, when I went and looked it up, this Daniel, because if you're a broker, you have to register as a broker. So I looked up Daniel J. McNeff yesterday on live, and as part of the live investigation. These are public records, public websites that are meant for us to use to check out things like this. And I looked on the broker check, and we did see that there was a Daniel J. McNeff. There was only one, and the middle name was J-A-Y. Now, that particular Daniel J. McNeff had stopped being a broker or like being officially registered as anything like that in the 90s, like 1991, or maybe it was even 1989. He only did it for ever so short of a period of time, but it was kind of like, I don't know if that's him or not. But if it is, it's interesting because it may lend to the pattern or practice. I don't want to say evidence, but, making law simple. Valhalla awaits. Other channels have been asking, is a hit dog hollering? Are they projecting? Is every accusation actually an admission? Because they want to point fingers about RICO and people being addicted to drugs and this and that and the other thing. But is it, maybe they're the ones doing pattern or practice of racketeering? I mean, these are questions that have been being asked, and I kind of have in jest participated in some of these discussions. Haha, wouldn't it be interesting if they were the ones doing the RICO the whole time kind of thing? Well, let's say this dad was a broker back in the past or whatever, right? Let's just say he was a broker and he got kicked out for doing some things against the rules against the law. Well, that kind of would complicate, or I think add a little bit more texture to this whole thing, especially considering the LM Old Co., the fact that the legally mine entities are designed for creating all these LLCs for asset protection, the fact that wouldn't be the only and first time. If that guy, Daniel J. McNeff, on the broker check website is this same Daniel J. McNeff who practiced as a broker at the same time period, it would also add other texture to this pattern or practice thing, because we read on the first day that I covered this as an investigation, we read this Forbes.com article from just last year, 2025, February, where Legally Mine LLC had gotten in a lot of trouble with the Ohio State Supreme Court, or the bar. Yeah, the Supreme Court. There was like this injunction written for the unauthorized practice of law. Unauthorized practice of law. And when we read this Forbes.com article, half the article was about Jay McNeff and Legally Mine LLC. But the other half of the article was about this scam artist, supposedly, that's kind of how it was described in the article, named Jay Mitten, who apparently is heralded as the so-called father of asset protection. But this Forbes.com author, journalist, whatever, he was like, Jay Mitten was not the father of asset protection. What are you talking about? No, he wasn't. It was this other guy named Bob Engel. Okay. But he then describes this Jay Mitten guy's like tactics. And he described that Jay Mitten would do these conferences and he would do seminars and he would plant shills in the audience. And I actually want to go back to that article. So we're not going to read it all word for word because I already did that. But I like to do this research technique that is also an educational technique called scaffolding. And it's where you come back around to information that you already looked at, especially if it keeps nagging you. Like this article keeps nagging me. So I want to go back now, knowing what we know, now that we've read 4, maybe 5 different lawsuits related to different parties who are associated in some way with the Bricks and Minifigs organization. I want to go back to this article because I think it's like now it's like a lot less random that this guy mentioned Jay Mitten. Why? First of all, we have seen on like kind of like questionably reliable sources, I'll say that, but like internet crawler websites where Jay Mitten, M-I-T-T-O-N, actually founded Legally Mine in the 80s. And it was not until 2007 that Daniel McNeff, the Bricks and Minifigs owner's dad, took over Legally Mine. Like he didn't start the company. Now, like I said, the sources of that information is questionable, so I'm not willing to say that that's a fact, or that I'm not willing to say it as a fact. But we have seen indicators that Jay Mitten was actually directly a mentor to McNeff. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe that was AstroTurf Girl. I don't know. But also, now that we've read this, especially, put a 3 in the chat if the RICO lawsuit we read through yesterday was particularly enlightening about the Vail Corporate and the Bud Lethbridge. And the Vail Corporate used to do business as Legally Mine LLC and Legal Stop LLC. Legally Mine did business as Vail Corp and Vail Como. There's a lot of stuff over there going on with that. LMRA. Appreciate everybody that's been sending me the emails, all that. But in particular, I've been thinking a lot about this conferences, the summits. We read the summit. Sorry, we read the RICO yesterday, the lawsuit, the complaint, and it was against Vail Corporate. Just to be very clear, it was it's no longer, I'm reading y'all's things. It was a Vail Corporate. It was not with an entity called Legally Mine LLC. It was with the Vail Corporate, which is associated with Bud Lethbridge. But there was a big focus on these buying summits. And this particular so-called scheme was a real estate scheme. So basically like tricking people into overpaying for real estate investments at these conferences. But you couldn't do the investment unless you went to the conference. You had to pay money to go to the conference, and they kind of lure you there by sending you these flyers in the mail. And that's the allegations. Now that case is still, parts of it are still working their way through the court. So it actually hasn't even been decided. And there's been like a 10-year legal dispute already. So I don't know what's true, what's not true. I wasn't there. I could say that. But yeah, well, Vaster said, but Vail was also at one time Legally Mine, right? Vail Corporate had in its name history that it had previously been named Legally Mine LLC. And I think in 2024 it might have changed or something like that. We own all the numbers, so stop voting, LLC. So, all right. So I just want to let's just take another trip down memory lane on this Forbes.com article from last year. Asset protection firm Legally Mine, LLC, found to be engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. This is from February 2025. The author is Jay Adkisson. Supreme Court of Ohio entered an order finding Legally Mine and Daniel McNeff engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. They did the case number. The Supreme Court approved an order. The Supreme Court's order approved a consent decree that will be discussed below. And so, yeah, Legally Mine and McNeff are required by the consent decree to do all these things. They had to explain to their clients, offer refunds, bunch of different stuff. Legally Mine is required to obtain a receipt confirming written contact with people. The order speaks for itself. You can read it here. What follows is purely my opinion and does not relate to Legally Mine, LLC or Daniel McNeff. Okay, so it's interesting because the whole article is about Legally Mine, LLC, but he's like, no, I'm going to write a second article down here. Just forget about Daniel, forget about the McNeff, and forget about the Legally Mine, LLC. Then he goes, Utah attorney Jay Mitten, who died in 2020, sometimes hailed by certain people as the father of asset protection. That is a lie. Okay, he said the father of asset protection is Barry Engel. Jay Mitten, in this author's opinion, was a quick buck scam artist who sold asset protection kits of dubious value and formed numerous LLCs and other entities for his clients, which probably accomplished nothing. His snake oil was mostly sold to doctors. And a member of his team actually told me once, now this is the journalist writing this, he's like, a member of his team talked to him once and said his presentations would involve the use of shills, plants in the audience, who would jump to the front of the podium to purchase the kits so as to cause a stampede of real buyers who were afraid they might get sold out on the kits before they could purchase one. Mitten, the lawyer, Jay Mitten, left behind a legacy of folks, mostly in Utah, who continued to run his scam. And this is the opinion of the author. These groups will use fancy-sounding names, something like American Medical Institute for Physicians Asset Protection, a name that the author just made up, and then we'll go to medical conferences and sell basically the same junk that Jay Mitten once himself sold. Some of these groups involve attorneys, some don't. Or attorneys may be loosely affiliated with a particular group, but the group is not organized as a law firm, and any attorney's association with the group is at best nebulous. These groups all have websites that make them seem like they're a law firm, but then when you read the disclaimers, they actually say they're not a law firm, even though they do have attorneys on staff or on standby, whatever that means. The problem with these groups is that not only are you being sold something that is probably close to worthless, but by not dealing directly with an attorney, there's no attorney-client privilege. This privilege is supposed to protect you, but you don't get that protection. He's apparently been trying to beat the drum on this for a long time. He said, as I have written many times, the vitality of the attorney-client privilege is paramount in asset protection for planning. He said, as I have written many times, the vitality of the attorney-client privilege is paramount in asset protection planning for many reasons, not the least being the intent test of the voidable transaction laws. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. Another problem is these groups purported to offer solutions everywhere in all states. If a client engages an attorney, for example, then the attorney has to actually be licensed in that state. But when you hire these people, they're often not. Any group claiming that it can do asset protection on anything like a nationwide basis is engaging in at least some degree of deceit, if not outright fraud. The This is absolutely not to say that everybody in Utah doing asset protection is a scammer. That would not be true. Very simply, a person who desires asset protection planning must deal with an attorney licensed in their state who actually engages in planning and not kit selling or mass LLC formations. No firms of non-lawyers, no firms where the participation of attorneys is nebulous, no firms that sell pre-packaged products or provide you with forms for you to fill out. There are a number of these asset protection scam groups out there, and they are particularly aggressive in their marketing. They have very high profiles on social media. They will get speakers to appear at high-profile events. They will drop. Remember, we read about that yesterday. They would get the guys from the home flipping shows from A&E to come to the conferences, the buying summits. They will drop a lot of names in their of their supposed clients to make you feel like they're the only group in the world. Remember this part. To make you feel like they are the only group in the world who knows anything about asset protection planning. But that is exactly what scammers do. If you start to dig deeper and check out their backgrounds, or usually the lack thereof, other than they seem to do a lot of presentations. And this I remembered, I had like a vague memory of these presentations. And in this article, it keeps coming back to my mind, like presentations. Like he was really focused on those presentations. He said, if you start to dig deeper into the backgrounds of these people, or usually the lack thereof, or usually the lack thereof, other than they seem to do a lot of presentations, you will eventually find there's nothing really there but a bunch of high volume marketers. These groups are not going to provide you with anything like efficacious asset protection planning despite their promises. The only thing that will really happen is that your wallet will become lighter. If you don't know whether you're dealing with one of these groups, and hopefully before you sign anything or give them any money, take the time to place a phone call to your state's bar association and check them out. The folks there will be happy to tell you who is and isn't a licensed attorney. At least then you'll know. Okay. So I wanted to do a refresher on that article. Because some of those concepts are going to come up in today's video, okay, in today's research investigation. So, oh God, I'm done spilled on my mouse. It ain't working. Okay. Okay. So let's now go back to the stack where we were on the question of, is this Daniel J. McNeff from the broker check, from FINRA broker check, is that this J right here? Well, still, the update as of right now is I actually don't know. However, I have more information than I did yesterday, which is this UCC filing that does list Daniel J. McNeff as someone associated with Legally Mine LLC. Okay. And I do want to get into the LLCs and the, the UCCs at some point. That's not going to be today, though. So I want to say shout out. I don't know if this person wanted me to say their name, so I'll just say thank you for the email. This person actually does work apparently in a capacity where they know about this broker check and the FINRA stuff, and they sent me some very useful information. Thank you so much to that person. He's... My phone ringing? Okay. Okay. So he said a few things. He said, I wanted to bring up, as someone registered through FINRA, broker check has limits to who you can search on there. I also looked into Legally Mine LLC to see if it shows how long the company existed and found out that the Better Business Bureau has said that Legally Mine LLC has actually existed for 44 years. So that does kind of give more support to the whole Jay Mitten thing. So this guy's like, there's limitations on who shows up. You can't, it isn't necessarily the case that everybody that's ever been a broker is going to show up when you search the brokers. So when we searched for Daniel McNeff, only one Daniel McNeff showed up, and it was Daniel J. McNeff, the exact same first, middle, and last name of the Bricks and Minifigs owner's dad. Now, again, I don't know for sure if that is the same guy, but I'm starting to think it could be. Another reason for that is because here's the middle initial J, but we saw something yesterday. I don't know if I have it up here at the ready. But we saw something yesterday that did also say that he worked for National Securities. He was the primary broker for National Securities. First American Securities, whatever it was. They had so many names that were the same, sounding the same. But we also looked there, and there was like one of those profiles for one of those presentations that Daniel McNeff was going to go make at one of those medical conferences. And in it, it did say he was working for that company, the First American Primary, whatever. Okay, so I'm starting to lean toward it is Daniel J. McNeff. And if it is, we got a problem. Because Daniel J. McNeff is no longer a registered representative as of like 1991 at least. Because he did some stuff wrong as a broker, broke some rules, maybe laws. He was fined $15,000 in the 80s / early 90s, $15,000, and barred from association with any member of the NASD in any capacity. The sanctions were based on findings that he failed to respond to, is this NASDAQ? Is that what that means? NASD, I should know. I worked in capital markets. Whoops. The sanctions were based on findings that McNeff failed to respond to NASD requests for information concerning his termination from a member firm. Okay, so what had happened was they reached out to him about why he got fired from somewhere, and he didn't respond. And then as a result, he was kicked out of being able to be a broker. Now, again, I don't know for sure if this is Daniel J. McNeff, but girl, I mean, can you imagine the coincidence? If it had the same exact name, he practiced around the same exact time. I mean, this guy said he was a broker for 15 years. The actual government website says that whoever Daniel J. McNeff was actually only a broker for about 5 years. So all that to say, I'm still not 100% sure, but me personally, I'm kind of leaning toward, yeah, I think this is him. And again, a shout out to the person who sent me this email. They went and dug up an old article from the 90s, and I want to share that with y'all on the part that talks about whoever this mystery broker named Daniel J. McNeff was. This is from March 1991. I was not even 1 year old yet when this came out. Sorry, I'm just getting it situated here. Not Scam Likely LLC. Okay, so this is some type of newsletter, periodical of some sort. I gotta know, is NASD the same as NASDAQ? I think NASDAQ has a Q on it. What is NASD? Okay, it's not NASDAQ. Thank God. Because in my mind, NASDAQ had a Q on it. Okay, NASD is the National Association of Securities Dealers. That's what NASD is. Got it. Established in 1971. Okay, nice. Okay, so it's like a governing body or whatever. So it looks as though they had some type of, newsletter, NASD. This is from 1991. This is volume 5, number 1. And, you know, it's just like different things. There's like articles, opinions, things, this, that. And the relevant section I wanted to focus y'all's attention on is going to be on to page 9. And it's way down here at the bottom right corner. It says, Daniel J. McNeff, registered representative, Escondido, California. So we're kind of getting actually a new town. I've been looking every time I see Daniel J. McNeff, it's in association with Orem, Utah. So again, I don't know if this is for sure him, but can you imagine if it was? I mean, we have a whole entire career from going back to the 90s to this, getting reprimanded, and then all the way up till just last year, he got fined for unauthorized practice of law. Really, Sarah? This isn't like regular. Sarah said somebody went deep into the microfiche for this one. Is it microfiche? I think fiche, right? I had to use those before. Or Bryce Jones Stomping Grounds. Thank you to Tirza for the $2 super chat. Jay Johnson's Toe Beans. Ew, LLC. Oh, this is very interesting. Strong arm. Oh, no, I ain't saying that one. Thank you for the $5 super chat. The religion requires full tithe to ascend to godhood. Oh, this includes ill-gotten gains. Oh, LDS judges had looked the other way, but now too much bad PR. Oh, you think so? Wow. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much to Bryce for the $19.99. Guarantee you will see the same names doing the same schemes. Thank you for that $19.99. And thank you also for becoming a member. Okay, fiche, yeah, okay. Thank you so much to Mike Green for the $5 super chat. Red truck at building night of takeover matches the truck in his driveway on unredacted police camera. I mean, year, make, model, color, and trim. Okay, Mike Green. We're actually going to take a look at some of the body camera footage today. We are going to take a look at some of that. Not all of it, not even a substantial portion, but maybe about 10 minutes worth. So we'll take a look and look for that red truck. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I know Mike Green is in the weeds. He said, and trim. Color and trim. Thank you. I like that level of specificity. I am aware that an AstroTurf campaign is in full force. And y'all, it's like, I don't know if y'all ever seen that I don't watch Rick and Morty that much. I maybe seen a dozen episodes or so. But have you ever seen the one where they're like, maybe 10 episodes, they're like, no, you're the phone. No, you're the clone. No, now I got you. Now I got you. And it's like, you're going through all these, like, you don't, now you leave the episode and your brain is like leaking out the side of your ear. It kind of feels like that in this case because well, everybody's all paranoid and suspicious, which everyone has the right to be. People were accusing me in the Reddit of having an AstroTurf because there was people posting my video yesterday. Like at the time that we started, really getting into the crescendo of the episode yesterday. Like I think a bunch of y'all went in Reddit and were like, oh my God, come to the, play. Like that's where, the gang's all here or whatever. And like, I think a few people posted it, 3-4 people in a matter of a while, but it probably was like when we were getting to that moment of like, oh my God, this is crazy. I know. Reddit hates me. The Reckless Ben subreddit actually is the least hateful toward me of any subreddit I've ever heard of. So, I mean, shout out to that subreddit over there. I guess they haven't infiltrated the PR bots, but it's going to come. It's going to come. There's going to be people starting, rumors, lying about me, asking about my motives. That's why I made a video yesterday saying what my motives are. Y'all can take it or leave it, but that's my motives, and that's the truth. But I have bad blood with Reddit forums because there's been targeted AstroTurf campaigns against me in many of them before. And so anyway, yesterday somebody was like, okay, everybody posting about BJC being live right now. She's got to be AstroTurfing these comments. Sweetie, honey, take a look around Reddit and see if you think I have the ability to astroturf comments, it is almost impossible to find a nice comment about me across the whole Reddit. Not the BAM one, not the H3 one. Somebody made one of my own name. That's another reason why I made that BJC live show Reddit. Because if I don't, somebody else will. And then they over there talking. And then it gets held against me in court. No, we're not doing that anymore. So anyway, it didn't bother me that much though, because it actually is the case that I shouldn't say actually is the case. I'll say it actually appears to me as though they have deployed bots across the internet to kind of call into question certain things. They may even have been, the powers that be may even be paying some of these people to make certain videos and statements and stuff. But yeah, no, I definitely am not astroturfing. I am not astroturfing or botting any Reddits. Everything you see posted on Reddit by me is by me. Everything else you see posted on Reddit, I didn't post it. Okay, that's it. Or cause it to be posted. And I also, sorry, I was reading y'all's comments. You know, people were like confused about my name. The BJC are my initials. I had my other channel, one of the other channels called BJ Investigates. My full name is Brittany Jareem, not Jean. Brittany Jareem Corville. And I started going by BJ maybe 10 years ago because I had read this study that women names on a resume, you can turn the same resume in and a man will get called back like 40% or 60% more or something like that, like some crazy statistic. And they had done it. And I was like, okay, well, definitely Brittany is going to definitely not get hired. Like I have to start going by something that could be a boy name. And it just so happened like Jay is my middle name. So it kind of just seems like ambiguous. Could be a boy or a girl. So I started going by that right around the time, right before I started law school, because I didn't want to be going to a $250,000 law school and not be able to get a freaking job. So I was just like, that's better. That's fine. Whatever. Brittany Jareem is a bit ill-suited for the Ivy League law school anyway. I don't know. I just felt like whatever, BJ. And like, it was very easy for me to start going by that. It like kind of fit. It clicked. So then during that time, like I started BJ Investigates, and now it's just a moniker. Like some people in my family call me still Brittany. My fiance calls me Brittany or Brit. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I have like 15 names, but it's all me. But C is my last name. So it's just like, I don't know, maybe help you remember. BJ is my name. C, it's my initials. That's why I'm going by this. And also, just wanted to go by my own initials because, then it's like easier when people try to like squat on your copyright and stuff. It's like, okay, what are you going to tell me? I can't use my own name. Dan violated Article 3, Section 1, which covers things like unauthorized trading. Thank you, MJ. Fellow J. Hypocritical World is like, oh, look, I feel you. I wore a blue shirt when I got recruited into the service. Thank you for your service. Because blue makes people trust you more. I understand. See? Look, it's hard out here. It is hard out here. Middle name is Jay. You don't have an LLC, do you? I think I do. I have a couple. BC. You thought it was before Jesus Christ? Yeah, that's another good way to remember it. Before Jesus Christ. That's the new way we're going to keep time. Thank you so much to Christelia. Where did you see, for the $5 super chat, where did you see him say he was a broker for 15 years? Good question. Happy to show you. Where did you see him say he was a broker for 15 years? He said he was a broker, but was VP at Citigroup for 15 years, not a broker for them. Okay, maybe I misheard. Let me see. So it's in this video right here, Legally Mine, Protecting Your Business Assets with Dan McNeff. I believe this is from 2021. I'll pull that video up. It's in the first few minutes. Girl, why are you so loud? My God. Ugh. I was talking to the Propener podcast. Oh no, I didn't do it right. Hold on. Now hiring volunteer back-end editor. Not really, just kidding. Okay. Or I guess I need a producer, not an editor, but I don't need that. I got it. I'm the producer. Okay, it's me. Here we go. Okay, so Crystalia said, where did you see Dan say he was a broker for 15 years? He said he was a broker at one time, but was a VP at Citigroup for 15 years. He did not say he was a broker for them. Okay, that would be a distinction. So let me see. Let's watch it.
Welcome to the Propreneur Podcast, where we help practice owners become better entrepreneurs. I'm your host, Dino Watt. All right, everybody, welcome again to the Propreneur Podcast. My name is Dino Watt. Excited to have you here for another episode with a professional on this episode, where we talk about so many things that help you get the best practices possible inside of your practice. And as always, just want to give a shout out to everybody. Well, today is no exception on our podcast. You guys out there, the better, right? Legal advice. You need to go and talk to a little lady that I know who's really good with numbers. So I let her do all my. You're dealing with professionals. It is around fixing your teeth, your cavities, or what am I? Got into financial planning.
Okay.
So I'm really excited to have you on.
So we are at the 2-minute 44-second mark.
Talk about those things. But as we do on this show, every episode, the very beginning of the episode, we ask everybody their story, because I believe stories connect all of us. So Dan, if you wouldn't mind tell us your story of how did you get into this, and especially focusing on the audience that you do.
I started off my career in journalism, quickly realized I wasn't going to make enough money there, got into financial planning, got a CFP and studied at University of California, San Diego for that. Was in financial planning for 15 years.
Okay.
Retired. I was with Citigroup and was a senior vice president and the principal broker.
Okay. Great catch, Crystalia. It is ambiguous. He says he was with Citigroup for 15 years. He was their senior vice. Let me go to the transcript. I was in financial planning for 15 years. I'm going to take a screenshot, actually. I was in financial planning for 15 years. I retired. I was with Citigroup. I was the senior vice president and the principal broker. So he was in financial planning for 15 years, and he was with Citigroup when he retired. He was the senior vice president and the principal broker. So I took that as he was the principal broker or a broker for 15 years. But what he says is, I was in financial planning for 15 years. So actually, this makes it even more likely, puts one more sort of marble on the scale, weighing in favor of the Daniel J. McNeff that's on Broker Check is him. Because he didn't say that he was a broker for 15 years. He said he was in financial planning for 15 years. Good catch. Great catch. Thank you for the $5. Morgan Riley said, I was on Replay Crew yesterday, and the made-up LLCs people came up with were killing me. Thanks for your great coverage and insight. Love you, mean it. Shout out to you. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Thanks to Never REI for the £5. Just had to Google astroturfing. Was like, what has astroturfing got to do with Reddit? I feel old. Yeah, exactly. Thanks so much to Polka Shelley for the $10 super chat. I don't know if you already spoke about this, but are you taking us to Utah? Is the court going to live stream the hearing? I don't trust a thing they say, to be honest. So I did add up not yesterday's, because it takes 24 hours to like process, but the 2 days before that, it is I made about $500-ish between, hold on, I got the screenshots. I'll tell y'all the exact, well, it is just an estimate because it's just an estimate from YouTube. Okay, so one of the videos I made $200, approximate, estimated. Again, because it's like not like I don't get 100% of the dollars that y'all send. Like YouTube like has this, I don't know, percentage they take. But apparently, one of the videos had $200. One of the videos had 93, so that's about 300. And then in my, I'll tell y'all the exact, pennies, but like it's just still, it says it even in my thing. It's like estimate. So the estimate is $201.83 on one of my videos and $93.18. So 93 plus 201. I'm just like rounding it up to 300. And even though it's not, even though it's like 290 something, I'll just say 300. And then in the Cash App, I think I got around 200. So that's about 500. And I did need 1,500. So if I still, and that was, I haven't even looked at plane tickets. Oh, also, that doesn't count yesterday's live. And there was like a good bit of super chats or whatever. So it's kind of brick by brick. You know what I mean? It's kind of like still no, but things are going in a direction where like maybe, I don't know, the longer I wait, the more expensive plane tickets are probably going to get. So it might be like chasing my tail, but I wanted to provide y'all with an update on that. Thank you for the $10 and for reminding me to do that. Okay. So back to Jay. So I thought that there was enough information at this point, enough circumstantial public evidence, much of which has come out of Jay. Sorry, I keep calling him Jay, of Daniel Jay's mouth himself, to go ahead and actually look at the disclosure, to look at what actually this person did. Now, we already looked at that microfiche thing from 1991, but there's the actual report itself. So let's go to this official public records website that is available to the public to do exactly this, check on the history of a broker. I'm going to go and search by the name of the individual, which as we know is Daniel J. I'll just go Daniel McNeff. As you can see, only one shows up. And as my, little tipster friend that sent me the email, I don't know if he wants me to say his name or not, so I'm not going to, but if y'all send me tips and it's okay for me to say your name, or you want me to say your name, or you don't have to include this in it. I just kind of default to not saying names because I've done that before where I say names and like, oh, don't give me credit. I don't want it. So I'm just like to be on the safe side. But like I said, don't send me anything that's like secret or private. This is all publicly verifiable stuff. So that's, thank you to that person too, because this is very helpful. But he had said, maybe there was a Daniel McNeff that was registered, but if they don't have any disclosures, if they don't have any disciplinary actions, then they become unsearchable. And I have seen this happen before. Like, for example, put A4 in the chat if you remember me covering the Lou Taylor stuff, and you used to be able to go and type in Lou Taylor and it would show up, but now it doesn't. Louise Mary Taylor. And that's because she didn't have any disciplinary stuff on her license, and she had been, or on her broker, whatever she was licensed to do. And so after 10 years, they take those people off. So maybe Daniel, the Daniel J. McNeff from Orem, Utah, who also claimed elsewhere he worked for National Financial Services, who I don't know about, where this person was from, but maybe the one we're talking about is one and the same as this Daniel McNeff. I think it probably is. I'm starting to think like it is. But we do have, this is the official site, brokercheck.finra.org, Daniel J. McNeff, 5 years experience, one firm, First American National Securities, Inc. Then you can click this button right here. This is free. You don't need to make an account or anything. Any member of the public can do this. Detailed report. Okay, so you click this detailed report. I've already done that and I have downloaded it. So let me pull that up and we'll go through it. I want to show y'all specifically the section about discipline. And we already did read that one from 1999. Where is it? Hold on. Sorry. All right, I'll just download it. I don't know where I saved it. Okay. So I clicked that download button and it just took me to a separate screen. That's where we are right now on files.brokercheck.finra.org. Daniel J. McNeff, CRD 1193655. And then they just give you like, what is broker check? I'm not going to read all this. This is kind of just like the fine print, but it's information on all current and many former FINRA registered securities brokers and all current and former FINRA registered securities firms. FINRA strongly encourages investors to use broker check to check the background of securities brokers and brokerage firms before deciding to conduct or continue to conduct business with them. So they're saying use this as a public resource, and that is what we're doing on today's video. Okay. Then you get to page 2. Daniel J. McNeff. The report provides an overview of the broker's professional background and conduct. What are his qualifications? Again, I think it probably is Daniel J. McNeff, the one, the father of the Bricks and the Minifigs owners. But I can't know for sure without further, I just got to be very, very careful. So this broker is currently not registered with a FINRA firm. In his past, he had taken 2 principal/supervisory exams, 0 industry product exams, and 1 state securities law exam. The broker was previously registered with the following member firms. That's First American National Securities. The following type of disclosure was reported: a regulatory event. So he got popped by the regulators. They'd then go into the tests or the exams, industry exams that he passed. It was the principal supervisory exam, investment company products, variable contracts. What does PRI mean? This was all the way back in 1985. Category Series 26. Principal supervisory exams, investment company products. So he took two industry exams about investment company products and variable contracts in the 80s. And also he took the Uniform Securities Agent state law. So that was the state law exam, Series 63. That was in 1983. From 1983 to 1989, he worked for one firm, and it was First American National Securities, Inc., based out of Duluth, Georgia. Disclosure of regulatory events. What you should know about reported disclosure events. They come from different sources. At the beginning of the report, information obtained in broker check comes from brokers, their firms, and from regulators. When more than one source reports information for the same disclosure event, all versions of the event are going to appear here, and the different versions are separated with reporting source labeled. This report provides the information exactly as it was reported to CRD, and therefore some of the specific data fields contained in the report may be blank if the information was not provided. All right, so we finally made it to the disclosure event. It says this is a final disclosure regulatory. This type of disclosure event involves a final formal proceeding initiated by a regulatory authority. This is a state securities agency, a self-regulatory organization, federal regulator such as the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, foreign financial regulatory body, or and this is for a violation of investment-related rules or regulations. Complaint number LA 4317, NASD District number 2S, filed September 1990. Oh my God, this was filed 24 days after I was born. Against respondent Daniel J. McNeff, alleging violations of Article 3, Section 1 of the Rules of Fair Practice, in that respondent McNeff failed to respond to NASD requests for information that they made pursuant to Article 4, Section 5 of the rules. Decision rendered December 1990, wherein respondent McNeff is censured fined $15,000, and barred from association with any member of NASD in any capacity. If no further action, decision is final, January 1991, per fines and costs. Okay, so alleging violations of Article 3, Section 1 of the Rules of Fair Practice for brokers. Let's look that up. What is it? Okay, so I'm on the internet. Okay, Article 3, Section 1. All right, let's go to Article 3. Where is it? Oh, is this? No, what? Okay, that didn't help me at all. So it says Article 3, Section 1 of the former rules of fair practice was the bedrock ethical requirement for broker-dealers under the National Association of Securities Dealers. When NASD and the regulatory arm of the New York Stock Exchange merged, these guidelines were modernized and transferred into the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority Rulebook as FINRA Rule 210. The provision requires that a member in the conduct of business observe high standards of commercial honor and just and equitable principles of trade. The core mandate of this standard serves as the fundamental ethical pillar for the financial services industry. Wow, so it's like an ethical thing? It's a catch-all rule. The language intentionally avoids defining specific actions as prohibited. Interesting. Thanks so much to Lion Dust for the €6. First American National Security Inc. was acquitted by Citi. Must be the same guy. There's another marble at least. Thank you, Chris Stalia, for the $20 super chat. It truly seems that they are suing themselves to gain money for new investments. We need to see how many other companies they own, track down the previous BAM company owners, and find out if it was a hostile takeover. FBI. Thank you for the $20. Thank you, Chaos Inc. for becoming a new member. And thank you, Carrie the Great, for becoming a new member as well. So I'm not exactly sure, what he exactly did, but it seems like he actually was let go because he didn't answer the questions. Like maybe he would have had the opportunity to explain himself, but he just refused to respond to the requests. And they were like, all right, so we're not dealing with you anymore. FBI's at the World Cup. Okay, interesting. Okay, so, that was the section about that. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so that was the section about the dad. So now I want to move to the next topic in this world. The main event, if you will. Well, the main topic. I don't think it's the main event yet, but we got to get there. We're going to start simmering here. FBI don't care about this. The original lie from the garden still gets so many. Indeed. Nobody else seems to recognize this is a real thing. Okay, so like I started my video out yesterday with, it does become hard to kind of know like what to focus on and what to, this is a sprawling case and there's so many different avenues I could go down, but I really wanted to look into Joshua Johnson. Who is Joshua Johnson? I'm wondering. Put a 5 in the chat if you're wondering. Because he's the guy, with the red shirt on and the police body camera footage with, the shaved head. He's refusing to take the legitimate court papers that are being offered to him. He won't take them. He's calling them fake. He's saying it with his full chest. But then come to find out he's also saying that Ben is given fake documents to the cop. He's trying to get Ben arrested. He's trying to get Ben's freedom taken away. He's trying to have the government, frankly, what appears to be tyrannical government at the American Fork Police Department, to lock up Ben, to lock him up in a cage. So the reasons that Ben should be locked up, according to this Joshua Johnson, are that has a person with him impersonating a process server. Girl, actually, you know what? Why don't we listen to it ourselves? Let me just let Josh take it away from here, okay? Thank you to MBA for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A bald, boring buffoon. Poor thing, bless his heart. Okay, so shout out to Bam. Bam sucks. So weird to say that. Bam, Bricks and Minifigs sucks. YouTube channel. They have posted a lot of this body cam footage. And there are many interactions. Yeah, is this the red truck with the trim? Where's Mike? Roll the tape, exactly. So this is the body cam footage that was taken on March 10th, 2026. There was a lot of stuff happened on this day. This is right in the heat of the whole thing, in the thick of it, as it were. And Mike is here. Yes, Mike says, Mike says it is. It is the truck, same trim. Same trim. They have the public records too. Someone posted the franchise agreements on Reddit. Might be something interesting. One of a kind red truck LLC. Okay, so here he is. This is a 53-second clip. This was posted June 3rd. It is body cam out. Now, remember this date. I don't want to get into the full timeline right now. It's just too in the weeds at this point. But just remember, this is March 10th. This year, 2026. This is Josh. And his behaviors and actions and words and decisions in the next 10 minutes of body camera footage are what encouraged me to do this investigation into him. The person talking from the speakerphone is Ammon McNeff, Daniel J. McNeff's son, and also one of the owners of Bricks and Minifigs. Ammon, the one with the diabolical mustache, he's on the speakerphone right now. That's who's talking, if you're wondering. Is there a trailer in his side yard is a great question. Because remember CoffeeZilla, if you didn't watch CoffeeZilla's video, as soon as this video right now today is over, you got to run. You can't walk. You got to run and go over there and watch it. But, was he on FaceTime? Anyway, he pointed out and got an interview with Ammon, the one who's talking on the phone right now. He got an interview with Ammon saying that they had, look, y'all, I can't even get into all of the discrepancies and the weird stuff that don't make any sense about their story right now. But one of the weird things they said, Ammon said, was that Brandon Best, the guy who came to take the store over at the hostile takeover, in my opinion, it was a hostile takeover from, what's her name? Crystal Law. Crystal Law's over there minding her business, running her store, whatever. They bust in and take over. The guy who busts in and takes over is a man by the name of Brandon Best, Brandon T. Best, and he's the new franchise owner. He's going to be the one to take over. Well, him and Josh, this guy right here. So Brandon, it ends up getting told to us in the CoffeeZilla video that Brandon was driving back and forth in Oregon between Salem and Kaiser Salem and Eugene. It's like about an hour drive, and he's driving this U-Haul one way and the U-Haul back the other way, and he's got a camper trailer he's staying in. How'd the camper trailer get there? They hauled it with a U-Haul. It's just very strange. And I'm like, why? They must just have camper trailers out. Like, who has all these camper trailers all over the place? MJ, please don't post any addresses. I do know it is just a business address, but you know, they be coming to try and take my stuff down. But I do have that franchise disclosure document, and we are going to look at it today. Yes, we are. Okay. So, anyway, somebody had commented, Junie said, is there a trailer in his side yard? Let's keep our eyes peeled. So, just so y'all know, it is your constitutional right to free speech. If your free speech affects someone else's mental health or physical health, tough titty. Hold on. Oh, there's no audio on this video playing? Okay, hold on. Let me try again. Let's see. Okay.
We get it against them, you know, the better the case is going to go in your favor.
Yeah.
And I'm, you know, I appreciate you guys, you know, like coming out and obviously, like, so obviously Josh is one of my employees, but he's also a friend, and like his family is being put through the ringer with these guys.
What about now?
It's not fair to them. Their mental health and their.
Okay, you can hear it now. Okay. He said it's not fair to the family. The guy on the phone, Ammon McNeff, said it's not fair to Josh's family, their mental health and their physical health. Because what? Like, listen, what they're saying is that they're being stalked and stuff. If they are being stalked, that's not cool. You know, that's a crime or whatever. But from what I can tell, trying to serve papers to somebody is not harassment. Now, if you've been told many times, like, don't come back, after a while, sure. But like, and again, I've only seen Ben's side of this. Okay. But it does appear as though these McNeffs keep getting caught in statements that can't be reconciled with, you know, what really happened. So they're trying to basically get Ben locked up.
Health is being affected by these guys. Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for...
Letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. It cannot. It just cannot. Elder McNeff is letting y'all know it's not an option to let this man. No, you cannot let Reckless Ben go. It's not an option. It's not an option. Excuse me, sir. I know these are public servants and, you know, in a way the cops do work for us, but it not like this.
Not fair to them. Their mental health and their physical health is being affected by these guys. Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like...
There's got to be something.
All the different things, like, there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not...
How about sending a message that what y'all are doing is not appropriate? But again, y'all, this body camera footage and the two more I'm about to play after this is the reason for today's video. So before Josh tries to say I'm picking on him or doxing or harassing him, which I'm not doing, and I actually have gone out of my way to take out his address and other things from these public records we're going to look at today. But Josh has asked for this by calling the police, by making it an issue of public concern, by suing Ben, by making all kinds of allegations against Ben. So now we're going to go through the public record. We're going to need to look as members of the public at the credibility of these individuals and at the history and perhaps pattern that they have participated in. And while I've said it before, I don't think it was necessarily appropriate for Reckless Ben to say, do you want kind of, you know, easy way or hard way? I don't think it was threatening, and I don't think it was against the law or anything like that. But I just know that is the type of phrasing that does get used against people by, you know, disingenuous people or whatever. You can do the easy way or the hard way. But this is the hard way. This is what Ben meant, I believe. I believe this is the hard way. Now, does that mean Ben knew that I specifically was going to pick this case up? No, I don't. But I think Ben has been on the internet long enough to know that if this corporation doesn't do what's right and what's fair and what's just, then the public will have something to say about it, and it won't be good for this business. Just make the guy, Brian Mansell, whole. That was what the demand was. Can you just work it out with him? Corporate, oh no, we don't have his Legos. Okay, guess we got to do the hard way. They might be able to shut Ben up, but the fact is, they could have made Brian Mansell whole, not done this to Ben, and then we wouldn't have had nothing else to talk about. Even if they didn't even give, I was thinking about this last night. Let's say that Bricks and Minifigs did not make Brian Mansell whole. What did Ben say, Reckless Ben say at the end of his second video? This is part 2. He said, I guess a GoFundMe just has to be what we got to do. I tried to get the Legos back and I can't. But now we have, I tried to get the Legos back and I can't. And it's, he was like, I'm defeated, but I guess we just have to do a GoFundMe. That GoFundMe raised a lot of money. It raised way more than the Lego collection was worth. And it all went to the Mancells. It raised $400,000. Even if they take 1%, what is that? Like 4,000? Like, that's almost double. That's double what the high level of the collection was worth. So in my opinion, if the cops didn't get involved and if these people didn't act like literally a mafia, in my opinion, I'm not accusing anyone of a crime, but if Josh and Ammon weren't pushing so hard on the cops and trying to make this basically pranks seem like it was some type of crazy criminal thing and get Ben arrested and held there for 30 freaking days, like if they didn't do all of that, I think like this whole thing would have already run out of steam, even though they're suing him. Like it's all of this. It's all of this that has me personally worked up. Like, yeah, Brian Mancell should be made whole, but like, but just between us over here, like, the GoFundMe got put back up. Hopefully he was able to transfer that money into his private, under his own private control, whether it be a bank account, a trust, whatever. And thank God. I mean, that's amazing. First of all, that's amazing. I think he has been, in a way, made whole. Now, he's being sued. That's pretty messed up. He was made whole and immediately sued. I have a suspicion they're going to drop him from the lawsuit. They might drop the whole lawsuit, but I have a suspicion they're going to drop Brian. Because why? Because when they go to court and the jury is going to be like, wait, so y'all took this man's Legos. Everyone agrees somebody took his Legos. Whether it's the Salem Bricks LLC, Bricks 022 LLC, I don't owe you shit LLC, whatever it is. Somebody got them Legos and he did not get paid for it. Maybe Crystal, whoever. But a jury is going to be like, wait a second. This is one of our fellow citizens who lives here in Oregon, got ripped off by a store. Whoever it is, they're over here pointing the finger, but he does deserve some recompense or whatever. And so what did he do wrong? Y'all suing him? I don't think a jury's going to be very sympathetic to that. That's my opinion. I also don't think a jury is going to be particularly sympathetic to Reckless Ben. I think these prosecutors are probably going to be good old boys. They're probably going to try to cherry pick the jury, but hopefully it doesn't even have to get to that stage. If it does, somebody else going to have to go there. I ain't trying to go and be in Utah for that long. I'm going to have to cover it from my house. But anyway, so that's why welcome to your tape, Josh, because y'all made these decisions. Y'all made these decisions to try to get somebody literally locked up. I mean, the most serious imposition on a person's freedom is to restrict their movement so that they are locked in a cage and cannot move around. And I do understand Reckless Ben probably got on y'all's nerves and annoyed y'all, but the same exact way that the cops were telling Reckless Ben and his crew, this is a civil matter, y'all need to work out amongst yourselves. That's exactly the advice that y'all should have followed and you didn't. So now, welcome to the hard way, I guess. And I mean, this is not to say to do anything violent. Actually, exactly the opposite. The hard way is not a violent threat. It means, you want to call the law to lock somebody up in a cage for simply trying to make an innocent guy, whole from a business transaction? You want to lock somebody in a cage? All right, let's see if there's anything on any of their record that might result in them getting to be locked in a cage. Or let's see if there's anything in their record. Foreshadowing alert for later in the video. Let's see if there's anything in these guys' record that we might be able to call and report or fill out a legal complaint form about. But first, this public record of body cam footage of what they told to the public servant cops.
And send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now and communicating with Sandy, getting this pattern.
Sandy is another police department. And the cop is basically saying, yes, sir, daddy. Yes, sir, daddy. anything you want, anything you need. You want to have him arrested. We're working cross jurisdictionally to get this punk locked up. I mean, that's basically the translation of what I hear the cops saying.
I talked with him regarding this sign. That is
okay. So that one is, the part 1 on Bam Sucks. Let's go to part 2. It's also short, like less than 2 minutes.
All right.
I don't see a camper. Okay, so this is also March 10th, same day. What time was this one? The timestamp at the top. This is 16:57. What is 16 o'clock? 4 o'clock, 4:50, like almost 5 o'clock p.m. Oh, this is before that. So I don't know why he had it at, this is before that. Wait, let me look at part 3. I don't want to watch stuff out of order. He or she, I don't know. Yes,
I've explained.
16:05. Okay, so this one is actually first. This one came first. This one that we're going to watch last came third. The one we just watched actually went in the middle. So let's start here at 4:04 p.m. March 10th.
All right. She's been trespassed.
Hold on. Officer somebody's back.
Okay. She's been trespassed. Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. Again, I don't know all the specifics of your case.
Right.
He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's a
What? How could he possibly know? He hasn't even looked. He hasn't even looked. That's fake. Why don't you just take the papers if it's so fake and you have proof of fake? Why won't you just take the papers? It's starting to look to me like Ben's original theory, which at first I thought was just a very silly theory, that they're doing all this to avoid getting served with a lawsuit. I actually think their services that they offer about avoiding lawsuits, actually, they might be pretty dang good at it. Now, the cop is in some trouble, too. I'll say that, in my opinion. It's not looking good for him. I'll say that. Why? Because he admitted that Ben is adamant, Reckless Ben is adamant, that he is just trying to serve papers. There's even a process server in the car with him that just got trespassed. Just take the fake paper then. Then you have proof of fake paper. That's another stalk. You go tell the cops about it. It turns out it wasn't a fake paper. But why did this man say that with such certainty? Like, for me, I don't know if it just got beat out of me in law school or what, but like, I can't say a whole lot with certainty. I'm like, but I don't really know. Even sitting right here right now, it could be fake. This could be AI. I don't really know. But the fact this man didn't ever even see these law papers, these court papers, the documents that Reckless Ben is trying feverishly to serve, that's fake. It's so strange to me how he could say that so confidently.
I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a processor.
That's fake. Okay, so I'm not going to say he's lying to the police because, quite frankly, you have to know the truth to lie. He's just making up. That's fake. And then immediately, it's also a crime. Go arrest him. You can't pretend to be a process server. And it's like, how on earth does this clown know if she's pretending to be a process server? Instead of saying that, he should say, can you check and see if she's a process server? Because I think they're lying. And that would be a crime. Like, they're just trying to get close to me by lying. That's different. That's fake, and she's not a process. What? Now you are making all kinds of allegations to police to make them take certain actions against people that actually you have no idea what you're talking about. The girl was a processor. Yes, she was. The papers were not fake. And she was, in fact, and indeed, a process server. So he wants them arrested for something he just made up in his own fantasy world. With no evidence. With no evidence. He had no evidence that she was not a real process server. He had no evidence it was fake, but he was saying it with such confidence and saying, you have to. It's not an option, officer. You have to lock them up. Well, I'm doing all of this song and dance of public record of using his own words because I have a feeling that after today's video, he's going to want to make some false complaints on this video. I think he might be acting like a victim, acting like the big, bad, mean YouTube lady is harassing him. And that's why I want to be very clear. I am not. I am, in my opinion, holding him to account. Because while he can sit there and make allegations to law enforcement with guns and bulletproof vests and weapons that they carry around every day and make stuff up and report it as if it is a fact to the police to try and get someone's freedom taken away, then I can damn sure rely on public records and things that he has put in the public himself to look and see where he might be slipping. Oh, it's coming. It's happening. And it's all stuff he or his businesses put out public. It's coming. Just sit tight. I told y'all we were going to be here for a while today too.
So
You can't. That's illegal.
I've explained to him that you don't want to be served papers. He's got to figure something out. If it's, again, I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
There was.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a prosecutor.
Again, there was a real case. There's not. There was. So you're making another false statement to the police.
Server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating the process.
I want her
server.
arrested
right
for trying
now,
to serve.
I've explained that to them and explained that he needs to go
This man is
whole
dangerous.
different route about this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
No, I can't just go.
In my opinion.
I can't go print up fake documents and go try.
Remember that quote. Please remember that quote. I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents. Remember that he said that, please.
Whole different route about this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
No, I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
Okay. Have you two
Is it,
been to
Josh?
court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
So,
Okay, you've never been to
I hate to inform you. I really do hate to inform you. Being a YouTuber does not exempt you from going to court. Take it from me.
with him.
No,
So these papers that he printed up are
fake.
fake.
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion percent.
The papers were real. They're not fake. 1 trillion, billion, quadrillion % fake. And come to find out, they were 100% real.
Okay. Never been to court with him or
Never
anyone
been to court.
associated with him?
Nobody's ever been to court.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. What
Yeah.
was the reason behind your store closing this month?
His harassment and
guys shut it
vandalism.
down?
Yeah,
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys
on
shut
my
it down.
own accord. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I've explained that.
Okay. That was the first. And then there was this one where Ammon McNeff was on the phone. We watched that one. All right, now let's go to part 3.
Him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures of those things?
Yes, I got the case number that he's referring to, and I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through. And
It
we'll go
was.
about it that way, okay? Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole
Look
thing
how
has been
sad he is
happening.
that he couldn't just stomp his caveman feet, his little hobbit toes. He couldn't stomp and stamp around and get 2 people arrested for no reason by just making up a fantasy. Look at him. He's just so distraught. He really thought he was going to be able to just tell the officer what to do, and the officer was going to say, "Yes, Daddy."
Civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay? Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole thing has been happening between the two of you. I'm getting 2 different stories from each one
What
of you.
is he possibly saying?
He's saying that he had
Well, if you would accept the paperwork, you would know. Just take the papers and you'll see.
$2,000 worth of Star Wars Legos.
He did that. No, he did not.
Okay. Never had
So,
that.
so officer, again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
Daddy Ammon on the scene, everybody. Daddy Ammon on speakerphone. Hi, officer. I have something to add. It's giving Lima vibes.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee that entered into an invalid consignment agreement with a completely separate person. That person sold their Lego sets and didn't pay the person that they injured. And this has nothing to do with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber.
If it has nothing to do with Mr. Schneider, then why are y'all trying to get him arrested?
Got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money left to the United States. They were one of our franchisees. They were terminated as a franchisee for violating all sorts of rules. They then fled to Europe somewhere.
We're going to be looking next week into the BAM corporate documents and what those possible lots of rules could possibly have been and whether or not that those are equitable and fair to even have in a contract. But that's for next week. Make sure you're subscribed.
Owes the money, left to the United States. They were one of our franchisees. They were terminated as a franchisee for violating all sorts of rules. They then fled to Europe somewhere. And so we've been trying to deal with this situation. We've been trying to help the person up in Oregon, but unless, because we found out later.
Brian Mansell. So he's saying we've been trying to help Brian Mansell, the person who actually, so-called stole the Legos. There was a consignment agreement. There's this other lady. And we've been trying to help out Brian Mansell. Come to find out, to hear Brian Mansell say it, the guy who actually owned the Legos, he would disagree that anybody was trying to help him. He said he was getting ignored.
They've been all working together to try and force some money out of us. So we've had our attorneys working on it. We've been in contact with the Marion County Sheriff's Department, the Marion County District Attorney.
They've been calling up and down and all around every town and city, okay, trying to get this man arrested.
And this is all up in Oregon. And then they started flying down here, coming to our corporate offices, and now they're heading to our staff and other individuals' personal residences to just harass and continue to try and extort money out of them. And so there's already...
What in the Jay-Z, Sean Carter hell is this? Serving a lawsuit is not extorting money, dude.
In Provo, because they've been passing fraudulent documents up in Oregon. They created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her, all sorts of things. And all of this while he's wearing glasses that have a camera in it. I don't know if you see the camera.
So
He's wearing
what?
glasses today? Yeah, he's wearing the glasses. Yeah, so you're on YouTube.
So he's filming you guys. He's filming everything.
So what?
And he's trying to put all this stuff together to put...
It's kind of like the cop wearing the body cam.
An additional extortion attempt on us. Okay. So that's what they're doing. And he like, if you go to his channel, Reckless Ben, that's what he does. He just goes around and he does stupid things and he harasses people and he chops and screws up all of this footage. And that's all he's trying to do is get footage right now. He's just trying to get more footage to put more videos out there to get more clicks and likes. He has nothing to do with this case other than he just, and he was the one who vandalized the store over the weekend, along with Mr. Mansell, who's the original person who consigned it to
This is a good point. This is a good point. This all is in March. When did Ben post the video? May. This is over 2 months before Ben posted that first video. Now, maybe he was posting other little short things, like, I don't know, maybe, people who were following the story. I do know it did go viral around this time in March from putting the sign on the store. But Ben posted his part 1 on May 21st. So I don't understand how they're sitting here talking about how there's these videos and posting videos unless there's videos I don't know about. How dare he film himself in public? I mean... Like, we're not getting filmed everywhere we damn go. We're getting the cars filming us. The flock cam is filming us. The camera on the red light is filming us. The grocery store got a camera in every corner, nook and cranny. And we can't wear some filming glasses. I mean, I'll tell you, the filming glasses do kind of freak me out when people are wearing them. Because I don't know, like, are they filming? But I think all of us, like, kind of know we're being filmed every time we step out of our house. And even probably through the windows of our house. Let's be clear.
They just know that, like, because that other person, that other party, they went bankrupt and don't have any money, they're just going after somebody else that they think they can just extort money out of.
Gotcha. Okay. Has the I guess, the store had any sort of lawsuit filed against them by the...
Okay. Okay, everybody. Okay, team. Lock in. Lock in. It has taken us three full shifts. Okay, 3 full day long shifts to get to this point. But I'm starting to, the web's starting to web. It's all starting to galaxy brain. Okay, I'm starting to get the galaxy brain moment. Hold on, let me turn this back on. I don't know why it does that. I think it's like every hour it just does that. Pull it back up. Thank you so much to Bird Means Brain for the $49.99 super chat. Utah is a one-party consent state. Go get them, cousin. Thank you so much for that $49.99, and thank you for letting me know. Yeah, one-party consent means that both, like, you can basically record somebody you're talking to without their permission. And, you know, there's two-party consent states, which, like, you have to have the permission of someone before you record a conversation with them, a private conversation. Thank you for the $49.99. Oh, somebody said, I think his videos were up on Patreon. Got it. Okay. Yeah, it was like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment. So, okay. Are we locked in? Are we all on the same page? Because we're about to head into something that I think is important, a little piece of evidence, if you will. And I started this investigation 3 days ago with a few questions. One of the questions was, how much of anything does Bricks and Minifigs as a corporation have to do with Legally Mine LLC? Put another way, or, you know, to expand on that question, how much of the tactics, the means of conducting business have the Bricks and Minifigs brothers learned from their father? Because Ammon McNeff has done interviews, or at least one interview, and said that he did, you know, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, you know, he did learn from his father. And the reason that he's an entrepreneur is he grew up in an entrepreneurial household or whatever. So we've been learning all this stuff about how that dad runs his businesses and businesses associated and affiliated with him. So it's like, if Bricks and Minifigs is running their stuff like it appears Legally Mine LLC has been run, and then we just look into what even is Legally Mine. That's what I asked the day before yesterday. What even is it? What does it do? It's an asset protection firm. Helps you to protect your assets. And what? From what? Protect from what? Taxes and lawsuits. Tax liability and exposure to legal liability. Now, they do this, Legally Mine does this with specifically seemingly dentists, but there's other companies that appear, in my opinion, from the public record to be associated with this dad that also go to these same type of conferences and do seminars and presentations, not only for dentists, but also real estate, other types of medical professionals like aesthetics, like, you know, nurses that do the fillers and that stuff, facials, you know, stuff like that. So Legally Mine LLC goes and does these conferences, and they purport to be able to help you to protect your assets. And we watched some of those seminars, or at least a couple minutes of some of them. And in those seminars, they say and stuff like, you got to take the pot of gold and put a lid on it and hide it. You got a goofy cart number 4. So if something happens on your parking lot, you sue the company that owns the one buggy. You can't sue Walmart and all that. So listen to how, with that in mind, just observe how Ammon McNeff, the son of Daniel J. McNeff, the son of the guy who started Legally Mine, the guy who himself was apparently the president of Legally Mine for some time, worked for Legally Mine for some time. He's on the speakerphone. Listen to how he's about to answer the next series of questions.
Okay. Has the store had any sort of lawsuit filed against them by this Ben Schneider, or...
Has the store had any lawsuits filed against them?
Mansell.
So again, going on the fraud that the Marion County District Attorney's office is looking into, they filed multiple small claims court claims against a completely separate entity, and they used fictitious names to do so. All of the cases.
Has the store been sued? No. they filed the lawsuit against a company with a completely different name. Wait a second. Do you mean to tell me Eamon McNeff, CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, is avoiding legal liability with the exact same type of advice that Legally Mine used to give out and still gives out? Now, it is separating even a little bit further because now he's able to put a whole human shield in between him and liability. Crystal law. No, he sued her. He sued the wrong thing.
Looking into, they filed multiple small claims court claims against a completely separate entity, and they used fictitious names to do so. All of the cases were then dropped because of it, and but none of them were filed against the actual individuals. Okay. They weren't filed against.
That wasn't the question, Ammon. The question was, has the store been sued? And you said no, because really, the name of the LLC was wrong on the lawsuit.
His entity, they weren't filed against us and our entity. They were filed against completely either fictitious entities or otherwise, but they're fraudulently filing things with the state in order to
kind of like what Ammon McNeff was accused of doing by Dave Gibb, fraudulently filing stuff with the state to get those credit card payment processing payments rerouted into his own bank account. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if he did that or not. The case got voluntarily dismissed, but it seems kind of like pot kettle situation going on, if you ask me.
Legitimate when he puts his videos out online. Gotcha. And he's done this at least, I think, in 2 other instances with individuals who ended up, filing lawsuits against him. Okay. So that's what we're working on right now with our own attorneys is going after him and his stuff. But no lawsuits.
Going after him and his stuff. Was that a Freudian slip? That's what we're working on in our lawsuit, is going after him and his stuff.
With individuals who ended up, filing lawsuits against him. Okay. So that's what we're working on right now with our own attorneys is going after him and his stuff. But no lawsuits have been filed against us, against Josh and his entity, or against any of the parties that he's claiming. But we're working on our lawsuit to file against him.
I think it was. I think the lawsuit was filed and he was out sitting in the car down the block waiting to give you the paper to show you that.
And all individuals that associated with him, including the former franchisees and Mr. Mansell, who are all colluding together to try and extort money out of us.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, let me make some phone.
Okay. So, Josh saying all that stuff really honestly grinded my gears. It was aggravating. I didn't like it. I don't like when people try to silence people just for simply doing their job and exercising their rights. I do not like it. So welcome to your tape, Josh. And here it is. All this is based on public records. So let's go back to the web before we get into some of these details that I did find. There's Daniel, the dad. As you can see, there's Josh. Okay, there's Josh. And I was able to find some newspaper clippings. I do believe that this is Josh. Joshua Aaron Johnson, his first birthday announcement in the newspaper. Isn't that so cute, from 1984? No, this is a public record, by the way. His family decided to put this in the public newspaper, so it's fair game. Joshua Aaron Johnson of Idaho Falls, Idaho. Oh, that's interesting. Idaho. So not just Utah. Got it. Celebrated his first birthday, February 1st, 1984. Those attending his birthday party were his parents and his siblings. Well, somehow it still just went downhill from there. Now, who are his parents and siblings as reported in the public newspaper by them? His birthday party parents, Lyle and Jill Johnson. And he also has brothers, Landon and Jeremy, and one sister named Jessica. Grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Don Jensen of Garland, Utah. Okay, that's maybe they had the Utah connection. And Mr. and Mrs. Glade Johnson of Flowell. Okay, just doing some public record investigation into his background. Now, 1 year before that, in 1983, they did, I think, post an article about, I think that's his parents right there. Actually, no, it can't be. It can't be. It's, oh, this is weird. Okay, wait, Jill and Lyle. So this is not their picture. This is not their picture. They happen to have the same last name, Johnson, but this is not their picture. So, not their picture. But there is this excerpt right here. It's a boy, Lyle and Jill of Idaho Falls, Idaho, announced the arrival of their fourth child, a baby boy, born February 1st, 1983, in the Riverview Hospital in Idaho Falls, Idaho. He will be named Joshua Aaron Johnson. He weighed 7 pounds and was 19 inches long. He has two brothers, Landon and Jeremiah, and one sister, Jessica, at home. Grandparents are Mr. and Mrs. Don Jensen at Garland, Utah, and Mr. and Mrs. Glade Johnson of Flowell, Utah. Now, I was able to cross-reference, make sure this is the same Josh, and I can't know for sure if it is, but according to the lawsuit that Josh himself filed, he does have a sister named Jessica. So I just thought that was cute, that's Josh apparently, I guess. And we just watched these 3 videos, part 1, part 2, part 3. Now, it's interesting to me because Josh, man, this guy is working. He wears a lot of hats. Just in the filings alone, Josh is kind of referenced as a filings and police body camera footage of them talking, their side talking to the cops. He's referenced as a corporate employee. He's referenced also as actually working at a law firm. I work at a law firm, he said. He's referenced as the new store owner. He's also referenced as all kinds of different other things in the public filings. And so what I want to do is start to compare some of the jobs, some of the hats, if you will, that he wears, and see if we can find not only discrepancies, but impasses, things that cannot be reconciled with one another. Basically, I'm trying to catch him in a lie. If I can. If he hasn't lied, I shouldn't be able to. Thank you, Zero, for the $2 super chat. No audio. I think I got that fixed by now, or no. Thank you, Obsidian, for becoming a new member. Thank you to Danielle Marie for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you to excuse me. Thank you to NAB Flyer for the $10 super chat. Thanks for your hard work. This situation is one big series of forced errors by individuals whose egos are far larger than their sense. Got more ego than sense. It's true. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, IT Guru, for the $5. Cops say this is a civil matter, then trespass somebody trying to resolve the civil matter in good faith and follow the civil lawsuit process. Exactly. It don't make no sense. Thank you to Pocket Pepperoni for the $5 super chat. Am I going to display the money left to reach the goal? No, because I don't have the amounts from yesterday, and because it hasn't processed yet. So I'd have to make up a number, which I definitely don't want to do. I also haven't checked the price of tickets yet. Or it's not yet. I haven't checked the price of tickets lately. So I don't want to set a goal this is the goal, but then the ticket price went way up or something. So I'm unable to do that now. But the last I checked, without taking into consideration yesterday's live, which I do think there was at least 100, maybe 2. I don't know. Y'all were in here. YouTube takes a percentage. I think that would, if let's say yesterday's live ends up making me $200 in the super chats and the super stickers. If it ends up making me $200, then it will be about at the $700 range if I made 200 yesterday plus whatever was today. But because it's kind of still moving, I can't know exactly for sure, but I do know that I'm not there yet. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And another one, he's not asserting it's fake. He's ordering the cop to say it's fake. after name dropping that he's Mormon council, and by inference, Mormon cop answers to him. Oh, did he say he was in the Mormon council in those videos I just now watched? I was actually trying to listen for that, but I had other stuff. You know, I get distracted. He said he was in the Mormon council in those videos. Which one? Thank you for the $5 super chat. I have been looking for that. That's one of the discrepancies that I wanted to check in on. Wasn't this part originally redacted to protect the victim? Mr. Waffles asks. Thanks for the $5. I do think so. I think what we watched was previously redacted, and it's like them like scheming. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Over Analyst, for the $5 super chat. Also, channel Lackluster. Yes, I do want to do that too. Maybe next week we'll do that too. On one of the episodes, Lackluster has been going in on the American Fork Police Department. He has now covered 2 separate cases of, I believe, misconduct and illegal activities, in my opinion, on the part of the American Fork Police Department. And come to find out, you probably won't be surprised at all whatsoever to find out. A lot of the same cops overlap with the Reckless Ben saga. Thank you, Overanalyst, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Zero, for the $5. Do they intentionally file store addresses in confusing ways to try to get people to sue other companies? I wouldn't be surprised in the very least. I wouldn't be surprised at all, Zero. Thank you for the $5. X Incognito. Oh, Incognito Bandito. Thank you for the $9.99. Bam says, sure, run a store, but get your own LLC for every store franchisee. All under the umbrella still of Legally Mine. Well, I don't know if it's under Legally Mine. It might be under BAM Franchising, which is possibly under a larger umbrella. It could be. It could be. Thank you for the $9.99. And also, we're going to look into a little bit of what Josh has said publicly that he does own. So we will be looking into at least some of Josh Johnson's LLCs today during this live stream. Yes, we will. Okay, so here he is admitting that he works for corporate. I think that's the same thing we just watched. But he says he's a new owner of the store. Remember, we watched part 2 of the body camera footage, and Ammon McNeff said he's, you know, a franchisee. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just see. I'm looking at the transcript of the video we just watched to see if I can find. I think it was actually on that first one we watched. Hold on. It's fake. Oh, I guess it was Ammon. Okay, let's go to that. Hold on, because I want to... You know, someone brought it up earlier, you know, the thing about what's his name being a broker. The way I interpreted it was one way, but it was kind of ambiguous. Let's see. I'm going to speed this up.
All right. She's been trespassed.
Hold on. Officer, somebody's back.
Okay. She's been trespassed. Talking with him. He's telling me a different story. Again,
look at the glee on his face. He thinks he's getting...
He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with...
He's so happy. Look how happy he is. He thinks it's about to go down. He thinks he's about to get arrested. Josh thinks Ben's about to get arrested right now, I think. Look at him smiling.
Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. That's illegal.
I've explained to him that you don't want to be served papers. He's got to figure something out. If it's, again, I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now, I've explained that to them and explained that he needs to go.
So no, the answer is no.
About this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
No, I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
Okay. Have you two been to court before?
No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court with him?
No.
So these papers that you printed up are
fake? Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gajillion.
Gajillion. He's just making shit up now.
Against, the better the case is going to go in your favor.
Yeah.
And I'm I appreciate you guys, coming out and obviously Josh is one of my employees, but he's also a friend. And Like,
obviously, Josh is one of my employees, but he's also a friend.
So we owned a franchise in Oregon.
Okay.
So we took over. So the first franchisee's name was Crystal Law.
Okay.
And she called the franchise, which I work at in Provo. It's called Bricks and Minifigs. You've ever heard of Bricks and Minifigs?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, so in the first, how many seconds? 20? 16 seconds. We get a whole bunch of stuff that this meant, all these hats, right? We're keeping track. What are Josh's hats? I want to know all the, or not all, because girl, we'd be here for a long time. But I want to know a few of the different things that Josh has said that he is, or that he's been defined as, or the other people have said he is. Girl, it is March and he's still got the Christmas tree out on the front porch, girl. Oh my God. Let's keep track of the hats if we can. We owned a franchise, he said.
So we owned a franchise in Oregon.
Okay.
So we took over. So the first franchisee's name was Crystal Law.
Okay.
And she called the franchise, which I work at in Provo. It's called Bricks and Minifigs.
So he owned a franchise in Oregon, but he also works at the headquarters in Provo as an employee. So he's an owner and an employee at the same time. Okay, there's two hats for Bricks and Minifigs.
Sounds familiar, yeah.
So she abandoned it, and so I was hired by corporate.
She abandoned it. Okay, girl, that we know that's not true. We saw the security footage of her getting kicked out and escorted out of the store. That's not abandoning it.
I'm a corporate employee.
Oh, now third hat, corporate employee. Maybe that goes with that first hat. Or excuse me, maybe that goes with the second hat. Work at the Provo. So he's a corporate employee. He owned a store in Utah. Okay.
Go to that location and recover it.
Go to the location and recover it. What do you mean recover it? Why are you recovering something that was abandoned? You mean repossess? Because now they're saying recover, but now they're in their lawsuit, they're saying that they repossessed. If you're repossessing something, I don't know if somebody can have it abandoned it. Repossess means you go take it from them. Just things to think about.
That recovery, and now it's 3 months that we were working for the corporate headquarters. This guy came in, and his name was Brian Manson. He was like, hey, I had this consignment deal with Crystal Law. Well, we don't know about any consignment.
False. Somebody knew about it. And when he says we don't know about any consignment. He's saying we don't know about any consignment. We means corporate. We don't know about any consignment. What about when Crystal Law was telling Brandon Best, who works for corporate, who was doing inventorying for corporate? So we, that you just identified yourself as corporate employee, you did know about a consignment. So now you're lying to the cops from what it looks like to me.
Show us what you've got and we'll see if we have your stuff.
Show us what you've got. And we'll see if this one LLC owns that. Oh, come to find out it got took in a U-Haul months ago. No. That's not here. It's been repossessed. Sorry. Too bad, so sad.
And we set aside all of his stuff in the back. And he doesn't want that. He wants us to be responsible for the full list that he signed with her almost 2 years before we even showed up on the location.
Well, that's not true either, because who had the location before Crystal? I think it was corporate, was it not? They had repossessed in a similar way from an earlier person, or they already owned it. So you were there before her, during her, and after her.
Signed a contract with her April.
Because I learned in the CoffeeZilla video that they were spying on her pretty much. They were camped out, staked out, doing secret shopper missions with spy glasses on. For people that are so upset and concerned about spy glasses, they sure did send Brandon Best into Crystal Law's store with some spy glasses. But Ben can't wear spy glasses. Got it.
Of 2023. We took over December of 24. So she had like almost 2 years to sell his Lego. And now, because we took over the location, he thinks that
whoever's we took over the location, he said. We took over the location. Now, we've been told that was him and Brandon Best, right? We. But it's kind of ambiguous. Like, did corporate take over the location, or are Brandon Best and Josh owners. They kind of have like a conflicting, in my opinion, it seems like a conflict. Starts with a R. If you know, you know.
Responsible for a contract that he signed with the previous franchisee. They don't have a case. They can't sue us. Otherwise, they would lose. So they have said they're not going to sue us in court. They're going to let the eye of the public be the determining factor.
So this is why I'm covering this case. They kind of tell on themselves if you let them talk long enough. And he's saying they can't sue us and they can't sue y'all because y'all are so good at damn asset protection, which your LLC game you play. So what kind of redress, what kind of recourse does this man Brian have at the time? Now I think he has been somewhat made whole. That's my opinion. He has hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I think that's good. But at this time, no one gave a flying rat's beep about this man who had his dad's dying. I mean, it's pulling on your heartstrings, and here he is going, well, they're just mad that they can't sue. So now they're going to let the public weigh in and it's going to go in the public eye. Yeah. It's called the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Like, look it up. Look it up. Yeah. The public, I mean, put a 4 in the chat if you're happy as a member of the public that this was put into the public eye. I certainly am. I'm certainly glad that this all came to light.
Otherwise, they would lose. So they have said they're not going to sue us in court. They're going to let the eye of the public be the determining
What's wrong with
factor.
that?
And so they have attacked us. They went to corporate headquarters today. Provo has a case against them. They went to my partner's house. They went to my sister's house. And if another one of these guys comes up, I'm not going to play nice.
He's basically saying, I'm going to shoot them. It's what he's implying to me. I'm going to kill them or I'm going to hurt them. I'm going to attack them with a weapon because my little trying to get out of a lawsuit game didn't work. And now there's accountability staring down my throat. Now, I want you to remember the date. Oh, this is 3/9. Okay, so what's his name? Oh, yeah, this is the day before. Oh, my God. He didn't change his clothes? Dirty. He didn't change his clothes. Stop. Okay, this is the 9th, March 9th. Look at his outfit. Look at the pants. March 10th at the end of the day. Crusty. Oh. Okay, to be fair, I'd be wearing the same pair of sweatpants. Conservatorship. Put him in conservatorship. I'd be wearing the same sweatpants for days sometimes. Like 2 days, 3 days at least. Sometimes. Not a lot. But I don't know. If I'm going interacting with the cops and stuff, I probably would have took a shower, changed my clothes the night before. My God. Anyway, okay. So this man is crusty out here. This is day 1. I want to see. Yeah, no, I think on the 8th he had on a different clothes. Okay. So anyway, he's saying I ain't gonna play. If they come back over here, I ain't gonna play. Okay, freak.
Corporate headquarters today. Provo has a case against them. They went to my partner's house. They went to my sister's house. And if another one of these guys comes up, I'm not going to play nice. This is the end. This is the last time.
Okay, well, if you hurt somebody, this is what the cop should have said. Okay, well, if you physically harm someone or assault them, you're going to go to jail. So you should probably play nice.
That's one of my property. I don't care if it's another kid. It ends.
I'll kill him.
You better let him know to not ever come back.
You better let him know. Don't ever come back here.
Any way, shape, or form. Don't have Ben or Reckless Ben come because I'm ending it. I'm done with him. I'm not playing games.
I ain't playing no more.
I do not want them here threatening my family.
They didn't threaten your family. They're trying to give you some papers.
Did you threaten me?
No, no.
Okay. Anyway, so as you can see, I mean, he's what is the man's job? What is the man's job? He's a corporate employee. He's an owner. He took over. He reclaimed, or what did he say? What was the not repossess? Recover. He's a store recoverer. We also heard him called other things. In the actual lawsuit filings. Okay, and we haven't even gone over the probable cause statements yet. Well, then y'all started to tell me, hold on. Josh, he knows about this corporate shell game too. Want to know why? Because he worked for Legally Mine. And I have spent a large part of the last several days trying to find official public record, publicly documented proof that isn't like a screenshot one y'all sent me or something like that, that he worked for Legally Mine. And it has been, I do think he did, by the way. I think he did. But the website for Legally Mine has been, wiped or whatever. And it's just kind of hard to find this evidence now. But I think I found some. So I'm going to show you what I have so far, or some of it. Now, I did look up Joshua Johnson and Legally Mine LLC, Legally Mine USA. It does say that, it is legal services is the industry. Now, this is just one of those like Bizpedia type, like internet crawler searches. So take it with a grain of salt. This isn't like a government directory or anything. But it does say Joshua Johnson is the executive director of Legally Mine LLC. So that really wasn't like exactly strong enough. Like I like government public record. If I can find somewhere where you said it yourself, or someone with authority to say it said it, I would prefer that, just for truth, transparency, and not getting sued purposes. Well, enter the franchise disclosure document. Enter the franchise disclosure document of 2026. Now, this is a public record. This is a regulatory filing. I'm going to pull it up for us to see. Now, even though this is a public document, even though this is a public record, I have taken the liberty to redact addresses and phone numbers, even though they were made public and this is a public record. Okay. So this is something that had to be filed with Wisconsin. I think it also had to be filed with Minnesota, but it is called a franchise renewal, uniform franchise renewal application for BAM Franchising Inc. So this document's 437 pages long. And there is a lot in here that we could get into. For the purposes of what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to use this public record to show y'all that Josh was associated with Legally Mine. He did work there. And I think this is good evidence of that. This is the BAM Franchising's submitted to the government uniform franchise renewal application. You have to provide certain information to these separate like state governments and stuff to run franchise business in that state. So sorry, I need to redact something before I pull it up. I thought I had redact. It's a lot of redacting to do, girl. Okay. All right. So I went and searched for Josh, Control F. And this is page 19 of 437. And it says franchise seller disclosure form. Franchise seller. Okay, so what's his name, Josh, just say he did for this company? He owned a store, he went to recover a store, and he's a corporate employee at the Provo office. List all the people who solicit, offer, or sell franchises for the franchisor. Well, here he is right here, Joshua Johnson. Who is Joshua Johnson's present employer as of the end of 2025? So this is from just last year. It's BAM Franchising. So the employer of Josh is BAM Franchising as of the date of that filing, which was the end of 2025. What is his title? Franchise Development Recruiter. Okay, so this is a little bit more specific than what he was telling the cop, right? And then they ask and require that Josh list his employment or occupation during the past 5 years. For each employment, state the name of the employer, position held, and the beginning and the ending dates for the employment. Employer, I gotta sneeze. The employer, BAM Franchising, he's been working for them for about 3 years now. May 23rd to present. Oh, wait a second. What is this next employer? Hold on, what? Fortune Law? What? Fortune Law. Huh, okay, interesting. Put a pin in that. Executive Vice President. That's the title. Okay, Executive Vice President at Fortune Law. And again, with the BAM, take a screenshot. With the BAM, the Bricks and Minifigs franchising, he's a franchise development recruiter. But he's employed as an Executive Vice President of Fortune Law. Okay, interesting. Now, how long has he been doing that? Well, since April 2020, 420, to present. So at least till the end of last year. 5 years. And finally, we get Legally Mine LLC. I am so relieved that I finally have this information in this public filing. Dates of employment that Joshua Johnson worked at Legally Mine LLC was January 2018 to March 2020. He lasted about 2 years. As what? What was the title? What was his job? Executive Event Booking Director. Wait a second. Let's rewind real quick. What does Legally Mine LLC do? What's their whole thing? Asset protection? How do they sell the asset protection? Well, they do this robust marketing at these medical conferences, dentist conferences, physicians, whatever it is. So they have somebody to book those, right? Executive Event Booking Director. Oh my gosh, this man can really do anything, huh? He can work at corporate. He can be a franchise recoverer. He can own a Bricks and Minifigs Lego dealer store. He can be the executive vice president of what appears to be a law firm. And he's the booking director of Legally Mine. Huh, that's a lot of hats. Can anyone say buying summit? He started his own Legally Mine, Roger said. Fortress Management, Fortune Law Firm. He helps lead Fortune Law Firm, which focuses on assisting medical and dental professionals, business owners, and entrepreneurs protect their assets. You don't say. You don't say. Y'all see where we're going? Do you see where we're heading? Okay, so, I mean, this is important to me because we finally have something of a little bit more substance that ties him to Legally Mine. Now, I know y'all have been telling me for the longest, but I like to have, publicly available evidence, proof, so nobody's going to be coming after me. You know what I mean? Let me just redact this. Now, this part right here is going to blow y'all's mind. This part right here is going to blow your mind. It's in the same document, and it's still just searching for Josh, Control F, Josh Johnson. All right, this right here, this is why I do it. This is what we came for. This is what we came for, okay? Now, why are we reading this document? Like, specifically, what's the purpose of it? They had to file this with the government. They had to with the state governments of these states. I think this is Wisconsin. They had to do it because they had to disclose certain information to the government. This is the franchise disclosure statement. Not Legally Mine, too, LLC. BAM franchising, franchise sellers, are the following, okay? They're telling us who sells the franchises. Ammon, okay, makes sense. He's the owner, CEO, or he's the CEO. Matthew, his brother, a man by the name of Darren Hicks, a woman by the name of Ashley Conover, Bill Brackemeyer, Josh Johnson. Okay, another hat, or no, we already knew he was a franchise seller. Okay, we already knew he was a franchise seller. Logan Labonte, Kiyu Amini, and David Ortiz. Does the name David Ortiz sound familiar to you? Because it should. David Ortiz is one of the 2 original owners of Bricks and Minifigs, the franchise. But then we read that lawsuit that the sons, the owners of Bricks and Minifigs now, Ammon and his brother Matt, they sued their dad over Legally Mine LLC. They sued him. And in that lawsuit, McNeff versus McNeff, we saw 2 days ago, day before yesterday, Legally Mine had at some point owned at least a part of Bricks and Minifigs. Like Bricks and Minifigs, it's like kind of presented to the public like, oh, it's just these 2 brothers and they worked their way up from being managers at the store and they bought the first store and then they were able to buy the whole company. And the guy, David Ortiz, he had been in a wreck and he was sick or whatever the lore is. But then we looked at that lawsuit, McNeff versus McNeff, and there was some stuff about them being assigned. What the hell was that about? I still haven't been able to forget that. Let me go to McNeff versus McNeff on the web. I forgot where I put it. Okay, I think it's down here. Okay. This was under the 7th claim for relief on the owners of Bricks and Minifigs suing their dad. Paragraph 272. Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million worth of stock in BAM franchise. So Legally Mine, the dad's company that also was the son's company, I think at the time, they stopped working. All of them stopped working there by 2021, by the way. From what it appears to me, the sons, Ammon and Matt, the brothers, and Josh, none of them work there anymore at Legally Mine. But they did at some point. Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million worth of Bricks and Minifigs stock. The purchase agreement allowed for the repossession of the stock. They love going and recovering things, huh? If Legally Mine failed to make the monthly payments, Legally Mine had an equity position. Legally Mine, aka Vail Corporation, aka Shield, aka LM Old Co., as of the day of the first Reckless Ben video, part 1, coming out. Okay, that same company actually owned some of Bricks and Minifigs. Several $1 million worth, millions of dollars. Legally Mine had an equity position of over $1 million in the stock. Oh, why does that keep doing that? I don't know if it's like overheating. Sorry, I gotta pull this back up. Upon information and belief, on or around February 2020, Dan, Lindsay, and Kathleen caused payments to stop being made to Bricks and Minifigs from Legally Mine. Dan, Lindsay, Kathleen, and Martin refused to maintain the payments for Bricks and Minifigs franchising, causing Legally Mine to lose the stock it had purchased. Now, this is what I don't understand. Since when? How can you possibly lose the stock you purchased in a company because you don't make the monthly payments? Why do you have to make monthly payments to own a stock? Don't you just buy it and own it? That's one of the things that I thought was weird. It's giving MLM, to be honest. But there's also this Protect Yourself LLC. See, this is another question, like how are Legally Mine and Bricks and Minifigs connected? Bricks and Minifigs, you know, whatever. So David Ortiz came up as well in that McNeff versus McNeff. Let's take a look at that. Oh boy. This is, I think, Exhibit F. All right. So this is after the case had gone, I believe, to arbitration. This is July 2020. This is from Daniel J. McNeff, the father and the owner of Legally Mine, the father of the owners of Bricks and Minifigs. Thank you for taking this case. You did not mention anything in your ruling that showed I did anything to irreparably harm Legally Mine. With this in mind, I'm wondering why I have to be removed. So he's trying to keep his position as the president or the managing member. If there's no harm done to Legally Mine and there's ever a dispute over management of the company, it would seem that, to me, the dad said that, you know, as stated in the operating agreement, the decision belongs to the majority ownership, which is me. So he wants to still run Legally Mine. He's like, Lindsey Thompson's doing a good job. Ammon and Matt have let people know that he's only the president temporarily, and this has undermined their authority, Lindsey's authority. Employees are sticking with the company because of me. And then he says this: it didn't take long for Ammon and Matt, the brothers who now own Bricks and Minifigs, to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds, money, to pay for Bricks and Minifigs franchising. They contacted everyone involved, demanding immediate payment for Bricks and Minifigs without consideration of Legally Mine and its employees. I have been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account. This right here, the Bricks and Minifigs account. Ammon and Matt, this part right here, I cannot stop thinking about. I mean, it's not on my mind all the time, but it's like, it does repeatedly come back to mind. This, it's just, why is he saying this? The dad said, I've been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account, which, like, why would this dad have access to that unless he was some type of owner? Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time management of Bricks and Minifigs. Why is what does this freaking mean? What 40-year-old can get assigned to something by their daddy? I thought they just bought the company from these other guys. If Ammon and Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and Minifigs, it should have sufficient funds to pay, just as Legally Mine has paid employees, and my sons stopped paying rent as of February 2020. I have been in touch with the two previous owners, okay? This is where Ortiz is about to come in. The two previous owners of Bricks and Minifigs, who are carrying the loan on the purchase of the business. What? Imagine you sell a business, but you still have to carry the loan. Then did you sell it? They are aware of the situation, the previous owners. And they're aware of the situation has, with us, not doing any events. So this is during COVID. So they weren't able to do parties and stuff. And also they weren't able to do their summits at Legally Mine. They are aware of the situation with us not doing any events, and they are not expecting back payments, but instead they are willing to extend their payments once the COVID situation ends. In other words, I will not have to make back payments for the payments that we missed. What hold on. What? I guess I mean, I don't know enough about finance, but something feels so off about this. I have been in touch with the two previous owners. They are carrying the loan on the purchase of the business. The previous owners, why? They're aware of the situation. They're basically, how I read this is like, they're aware that we don't have any money coming in because we're not doing events. But they're willing to extend, like basically let us pick up and start paying after things open back up after COVID or whatever. In other words, he says, I won't have to make back payments. They will simply have me start. They'll restart the clock, making payments and extending the length of the contract. Whoa. What contract? Then he mentions David. Furthermore, David Ortiz, one of the original owners who is carrying the contract, is telling me that he's being contacted daily by franchisees from Bricks and Minifigs. So they're calling the old owner up like, can somebody help us? Because Ammon and Matt ain't doing anything for us. No one will contact these owners. My preference would be that Ammon and Matt concentrate their efforts on running and the management of the close to 40 stores in the franchise. Now they got over 300 apparently. They have been assigned. Where is that assigned? What the hell? What? Hold on. Assigned or purchased the store? What do you mean have been assigned? Something seems so strange about this to me. No one will contact them. I would prefer for my sons, Ammon and Matt, to concentrate their efforts on running and managing the close to 40 stores in the franchise as they have been assigned. David and John assure me, those are the prior owners, remember David Ortiz, and John assure me that it is in fact a full-time job. The sooner it's treated that way, the better it'll all be. All right, fine. This is so weird to me. I do not understand what in the hell is going on here. Why this father is talking to the mediator arbitrator guy like, I want my grown sons to do their assignment, but really they're characterizing this assignment as a business they bought. Very strange. And then they bring up this David Ortiz guy as a prior owner who is, quote, carrying the loan on the purchase of the business. Why would the seller be carrying the loan? This letter, I want to remind y'all, it was written July 2020. July 2020. So, with that in mind, you would think maybe Ammon, paid off the loan. You would think, at least 6 years later, almost to the date, something would have been worked out by now with it. So now we go back to this franchise disclosure document from 2025. This thing was filed, I believe, this year in April. 2 months ago, they actually filed it, but it's supposed to represent stuff that has taken place for the last year, 2025. It says if BAM Franchising does not deliver this disclosure document on time, or if it contains a false or misleading statement, or a material omission. Okay. So if BAM doesn't follow the rules and submit this on time, if BAM lies, Bricks and Minifigs lies in this disclosure statement to the state, or if they materially omit something very important and they don't put it in there, a violation of federal and state law may have occurred. And it should be reported. Oh, really? Okay. Good to know. It should be reported to the Federal Trade Commission. Got it. Oh, and the appropriate state agency. Got it. Okay, so if we see any material omissions in this document or anything misleading or false, we should report it. Got it. Okay, got it. So BAM Franchising Inc., and then they go on to disclose, it has franchise sellers. Who are they? The CEO, Ammon, his brother, Matthew. These are the sons of Daniel J. McNeff. Darren Hicks, Ashley Conover, Bill Breakemeyer, Josh Johnson. That's who we're working on right now. Logan Labonte, Kiyu Amini, and David Ortiz. So 5 years later, after the COVID stuff's done died down, David Ortiz is still in 2025 listed as one of the franchise sellers. The original owner, he got demoted to franchise seller. Why? I mean, I'm not saying anything is like illegal about it. It's just like, to me, I don't understand like, I thought when you sell a business, you sell it and you go about your business. Like, I didn't realize like why would he be a franchise seller at a business? Why would he still be carrying the loan? There's so many questions I have. Because he's carrying the loan, so he is it's very confusing to me. Oh, M&R Productions is in here. Cool. I just heard of him for the first time on CoffeeZilla's video. So I don't get it. What's this David Ortiz thing? Anyway, he's listed as one. So that part I thought y'all would think is very confusing or interesting. So that's two places where Joshua Johnson shows up. And I think those are the two. And then they say it again elsewhere. Okay, so let me just edit, redact the public record and pull it back up here. Okay, so this again is actually on the very last page of this franchise disclosure document, and it says BAM Franchising franchise sellers are Emma McNeff, Matthew McNeff, Darren Hicks, Ashley Conover, Bill Brockemeyer, Josh Johnson, Logan Labonte, Kiyu Amini, and David Ortiz. Now, remember that thing about material omissions rather? Like, you have to say everything that's material and important. We're getting to one of those things where it's like, I have it all in my head, but I have to slow down to get it out. Remember the other day, I think it was about June 3rd, June 6th, something like that, earlier this month, when there was a press release from Bricks and Minifigs. Now, they had many of them, but there was one that I think we all kind of heard of, and that one was the one that they cut ties with Josh Johnson and Brandon Best. Remember that? Put a 5 in the chat if you remember that. Parts Ways. That's what it was. Parts Ways. This. Bricks and Minifigs parts ways with Salem, Oregon franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. Announces today permanent closure of its Salem, Oregon store, as well as a mutual agreement to part ways with franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson due to a devastating social media campaign. While fact investigation continues, BAM's current state of investigation has uncovered significant evidence of gross negligence in how the store was previously operated by the prior owner. That's Crystal Law, I believe, is who they're referring to there. As well as operational gaps during the transition and the subsequent management of document recovery. More importantly, Bricks and Minifigs leadership has personally reached out to Brian Mansell, the owner of the Legos. Okay, so they part ways with Brandon Best. What date is this? June 4th, 2026. This is about less than 2 weeks ago. June 4th. So if we're looking at this document, the 2025 franchise disclosure document, you would expect on this list for them to disclose who own the franchises, right? Like, that's kind of like part of what they're supposed to disclose. Hold on. Oh, is this not the redacted one? Oh, yeah, hold on. Oh, I thought that got saved. Okay, hold on. I want to redact. I had done this before. I guess it didn't save. And I'm not trying to get sued. I'm not trying to get accused of anything, frankly. even though this is a public record and these are public records. Just give me a moment. It's a lot of redacting. Okay. So, what was I saying? All right. Right here, we have, let me scroll to the top so you can see what you're looking at. I had already redacted all this stuff. I guess it unredacted itself. Oh, there's stores in Louisiana. That's cute. The font knows that's probably my cousin's. Okay. Oh my God, they got one in Clearwater. Ah! We don't believe in science. Okay, so this is the exhibit. It starts on page 311. This is a public document. List of franchised outlets as of December 31st, 2025. As of December 31st, 2025. Okay. We also found out 2 weeks or less ago, about 2 weeks ago, I guess. Actually, no, like a week ago, like about a week, less than 2 weeks ago for sure. Joshua Johnson still owned the Oregon Salem store. Let me just, I know, it's like tedious and people say that I repeat myself, but this is how I have to do it. Less than a week ago. All right. This is exhibit A. This is exhibit A. Oh, I guess 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, Bricks and Minifigs parts ways with Salem, Oregon franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. They closed the Salem, Oregon store and parted ways with franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. Okay, so they're saying as of June 4th, 2026, they were franchise owners. We also know when, from Josh himself, because he spoke to the police, when they took over the store was December 2025. Now, that is disputed by body camera footage. It looks like it was actually November 14th, but let's just go with Josh's own words. December 2024, they took over the store. They, whoever we is. 2 weeks ago, we know that Josh and Brandon Best are still owners of one of the Oregon stores, right? But then we have this. "2026 franchise disclosure document." Now, we just read earlier that if any material omission takes place, that we have to actually report. We should report it. If there's any material omission taking place. Okay, so based on, put a 6 in the chat if you follow so far. What I'm trying to lay out is it's been presented to the public as though Josh is not only a franchise seller, but also a franchise owner. Now, if you notice, it was not mysteriously, but obviously missing from the list of franchise sellers was Brandon Best. He wasn't listed in that list. David Ortiz was listed. Ammon, Matt, they were listed. Josh Johnson was listed as a franchise seller, but Brandon Best was not listed. We've already been talking all day today, a lot today, about all the different hats. All the different hats. Just stay with me. I'm cooking here. All the hats Joshua Johnson wears. He's a corporate employee. He's a store owner. He's somebody that goes and recovers the stores. We haven't even started talking about Fortune Law, but we're going to be talking about it today. So I would expect, based on the fact it's been disclosed that they were owners of the Oregon store in that press release as recently as June 4th, couple weeks ago. It also was disclosed to the police officers on more than just that one body cam we watched. It was disclosed to other ones that they owned, that they owned, at the very least, the Salem store since December 2024. So from December 2024 to June 2026, Josh Johnson was one of the owners of the Salem store. You follow? December 2024, when they repossessed the store, through just now, a couple weeks ago, Josh was the new owner. That's what they said. That's what Bricks and Minifigs put out there, and that's what Josh put out there. So, during the time that this as of December 2025, which falls dead square in the middle of December 2024 and June 2026, you would expect, I certainly would expect, to find Josh Johnson listed as one of the franchise owners. Put a 7 if you would expect to find Josh Johnson as of December 31st, 2025, as listed as the owner of the Salem store because of representations that have been made to police and to the public on press conferences. All right, I'm seeing some 7s. Ian, Penn Bricks, Pink Queen, the Alamo, Gesundheit. Okay, so people are saying y'all would expect. Hold on. I gotta get rid of this troll. I would expect to find him. And remember, if they fail to disclose something important, material, they could be breaking the law and it needs to be reported. That's what it says in here. Remember that? Remember that? That was from page 436. BAM franchising, if they do not deliver this on time or if they contain false or misleading statements or materially leave out something, a violation of federal and state law may have occurred, and they should be reported to the Federal Trade Commission and the appropriate state agency. Okay. Here comes the big moment. I have redacted this because it's just like full of like phone numbers and addresses and things like that. So I've redacted it. But this is the list, and it's on the page of Oklahoma. This is the list, the list of franchise owners. Oklahoma, they had a guy in there. Oregon. Well, first we see the Kaiser store. That's the Salem store. We also see Eugene. Where the hell is Josh Johnson? Anybody want to tell me? Acid, good question. If the list is public, why censored? Because I have shared public records before and it gets taken down for privacy violation. Because just because something is illegal, sometimes like YouTube just takes your stuff down. If you post someone's address or if you post someone's video, I've worked for months on a video before and it got taken down because I posted a public record of someone's a business document that they filed, and they put, I guess the address that they put on their business filing was their home address, which they shouldn't have done, but I showed a public record and I still got penalized. Okay, so that's why I don't really like having to do it. Trust me. Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $5 super chat. Josh uses an alias when it suits him. Joshua Ammon Johnson, you lying. Thank you for the $5. Slip of the tongue, recover the Lego sets. Thank you for the €2. Demoff Khan. Thank you so much to Strong Arm for the $5 super chat. He established church sympathy in the original calls to police for someone dressed like a UPS delivery person delivering a box of rubber ducks. Yeah, I think I did see that. Thank you for the $1.99. Bricks and Minifigs released a timeline of events today. Okay, I'll check that out if I remember. Thank you for the $1.99 MBA. Thank you, IT Guru, for the $2. His real job, unwashed, crusty feet model OF. Yuck. Thank you, Glitter Cat, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Glitter Cat, for the $20 super chat. The video with Josh in a shirt and tie, first cop video, says Josh says Ammon told him to save the store. And yeah, I remember that. And then Josh can have the store for whatever he recovers it for. I do remember that. That is another one that I keep thinking about and I keep remembering. This is also the video where he flexes about the church. I will take a look at that. Thank you, Hypocritical World, for the $2 Canadian. Legally Lion, LLC. Thank you to Dan for the £5 super chat. Is there any scenario where someone files lawsuits and then retracts them to leave the wrong trail of breadcrumbs, I wouldn't put it past some of these people. I mean, but I don't know. I guess there is a scenario. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you, Mandy, for gifting 5 live show memberships. If you are the recipient of one of those, please do make sure that you thank Mandy. 4 Pink Queen, looks like she was the recipient. Okay, so yeah, this is the zinger, all right? I want to do a little text box. Okay, so if Josh Johnson owned even one Oregon store. Now, I have reason to believe he owned both of them. My reason to believe he owned this one is the Salem. Kaiser is the Salem store. So the reason I think he owned that one is because the press release that they put out 2 weeks ago said that he was one of the co-owners. Now, they did list Brandon Best as one of the co-owners as well. He is listed here as Kaiser owner and the Eugene, Oregon. Now, over here in the Canby, Oregon location, for example, or this Medford, Oregon location, they do put, like if it's 2 people that own it, they put both. Neil and Lydia, Dan and Shelby, Mark and Natasha. Okay, so they will put 2 people. But Brandon is only listed here alone on both stores, Kaiser and Eugene. So I'm asking if Josh Johnson owned even one of these 2 stores, then why is he not listed? Okay, this is the question. And furthermore, would this be, or hold on, let me do this. It's a logic. If Josh not listed, is that a material omission? Finally, should we report him legally, civilly to the FTC, etc.? Okay, so this is the research question. Okay, I just put it here. Where is Josh? Where is Josh? They told us 2 weeks ago Josh was a co-owner of these stores, at least one of them. Okay. Josh told the cops he owned the Oregon store. That's what he said. I want to find the police footage of Josh telling him that he owns the Eugene, Oregon store too. If he was owner of a store as of December 2025, and he still owned the store, 24, if he was owner of a store as of December 2024, and he still owned the store last week, 2 weeks ago, why wasn't it listed in last year's report that he owned the store? Is that a material omission? What are y'all saying? Oh, Jason, thank you. But yes. Oh, sorry, this one. Yeah. He says, like, I don't know if I want that to be out or that to get out. Exactly. Like he didn't want to say it on the public record. What's the deal with somebody being a seller and an owner? What are the laws around that? That does go into the question, do you think this is a material omission? His name was on it in 2024. So then was BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, lying in their press release when they said they're parting ways with Josh? How is Josh an owner in 2024, not listed on the 2025 disclosure? Okay, let me see if this is where that Is this the one where it's like, okay. I think this is the one where it's like, I don't know if I want that out. Let me see. I think this is the footage where he says, I don't know if I want that out.
This is Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, this is Officer Sunbob, Fort Police Department.
Jeff.
What's up, man? How are you?
No, I don't think this is it. I need the one where he's talking to Josh. Oh, I think it's this one.
And we'll come over.
I'm pretty sure these guys are suspicious.
Officer talking with American Fork Police Department. Is this Joshua?
Yeah, this is me.
How can I help you today?
So this kid showed up at my door and my partner's door, my business partner. He lives in like Cottonwood Heights, but he had like a fake UPS hat on. He obviously didn't work for UPS, and he hands me this package. And he's like, "Oh yeah, sign it." I'm looking at it, I'm like looking at him, and he's got like a taped UPS thing on his hat. I'm like, "You work for UPS?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, I couldn't figure it out at the time, so then I did a little squiggly line on his phone, and so he
you signed.
Unconsequential, it doesn't sound significant, but we own a store, or we owned a store in Oregon, and long story short,
they owned. Okay, wait, hold on. They owned a store in Oregon. This is from March 8th, 2026. So they already parted ways with the Oregon Salem store owners by March. So it wasn't has parted ways 2 weeks ago on June 4th. This had already happened. What do you mean you owned a store? The timeline ain't adding up.
It doesn't sound significant, but we own a store, or we owned a store in Oregon, and long story short, the lady we got it from pissed this guy off. You don't want to hear the whole story, but he wants us to
Who's
pay
us?
for her contract, which I never signed a contract with the guy. So he's got a YouTube guy coming after us. His name's Reckless Ben, and so this kid was likely a follower of Reckless Ben, and they're just trying to see where we live. I just want to document that they delivered a fake package to our address. So if they ever come back, and I don't know why it needs to be documented.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely.
I'm not going to be nice. We have video. I don't have video, but my partner has video of the kid pretending to be a UPS delivery driver.
Okay, is it the same male?
Yeah, they look the exact same. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And
So Chaos Inc. said they dropped Josh and Brandon back in October 2025. Then why did they say that Brandon Best was still the owner of 2 Oregon stores on their disclosures? In December 2025, months after October 2025. Was that a material misstatement? Was that a false statement? Should we go in and report? I don't know.
You be able to get that footage?
Yeah, he's dealing with church and stuff. So
hint, hint, church, hint, hint.
You can get that to me. If you give me your email, I'll email it over.
I sure can. What I'll do is I'll email you over a link, and then I'll just have you submit it to that link. What's a good email for you?
M as in Mary.
Over a link, and then it should just be easy. Just click and drag and drop.
Okay.
And then, so just a few more questions with the delivery driver. Could you just describe him?
Yeah, he looked like a...
Okay, hold on. I want to find the thing where he's like, I don't know if I want to put that out there. I think it's in this thing, but... Skinny YouTube guy, Reckless Ben, probably a skid follower, shown up at the corporate headquarters for, I think, can you know that for me, my partner? Okay, All right. Okay, here we are. 3 minutes, 40-second mark.
Sorry, could you spell that for me?
Yeah, bricks and minifigs.
That's not spelling.
So my partner Brandon Best and I own a franchise in Oregon.
My partner, this is March 8th this year. Okay, so March 8th this year, 3 months ago, Josh said he owns, not owned, he said, my partner and I own a store. Now, there's a bunch of bricks and minifigs in Oregon. 2 of them were, at least at some point, according to public records, owned by Brandon Best and Josh as co-owners. Now, this is confusing to me, and it does become convoluted because they're also corporate employees and doing other corporate functions like going and running inventory and staying in campers and repossessing stores and saving the locations and this, that, and the other. I mean, it's kind of confusing what even these people even do for the company, a bunch of things, wearing a bunch of hats. But he did say in March he owned a store in Salem. That's one Oregon store. But this exact same time period, he's saying we own a store also in Eugene. This is about an hour apart from each other.
Provo has a case against Reckless Ben for harassing. Bricks and Minifigs is the name of the corporate store.
Sorry, could you spell that for me?
Yeah, bricks and minifigs.
That is not spelling.
So my partner Brandon Best and I own a franchise in Oregon.
Own a franchise in Oregon. That's Eugene, I'm assuming.
And, well, we did. Anyways. And, yeah, I don't know. You want the whole story?
Yeah, sure. Context helps.
Okay, we did. Okay, wait, now it's ambiguous. Let's listen further.
What's that? Okay, yeah, okay. So, we own the Eugene, Oregon store. Well, I don't know if I want to put that out there, but...
We own the Eugene, Oregon store. I guess owned. Y'all tell me, does that sound like own or owned? Because Eugene and Salem are different. Kaiser and Salem are the same. Eugene and Salem are different. Eugene, they apparently owned first. Is he saying we owned? That's what the transcript is picking up, that owned. And he's like, oh, I don't know if I want to put that out there. Well, okay, hold on. You don't, what? Wait, hold on. You don't know if you want to put it out there? What the hell? Why would you not want to tell the cop the truth?
Yeah, sure. Context helps.
What's that? Okay, yeah, okay. So, we own the Eugene, Oregon store. Well, I don't know if I want to put that out there, but so in Salem or Kaiser, Oregon, there was a lady, her name was Crystal Law. And what's that? Okay, yeah, okay. So we own the Eugene, Oregon store.
I think he said we own the Eugene, Oregon store. But then he says, I don't know if I want to put that out there. Why? Is it something you're trying to omit to, I don't know, avoid liability or any other weird reason? Now, he said him and his partner owned the Eugene, Oregon store. So, fine. Let's go to the franchise disclosure document once more. If he owned the Eugene store or the Salem store at the end of last year, why was that not mentioned? Because 3 months later, he would be talking to cops telling him he owns the store in Oregon, but he's not listed. You know what he is listed as? Franchise development recruiter and franchise seller. He is not listed as an owner anywhere on this document from what I could tell. And I'm just wondering, is that a material omission or a misleading statement? Now, that might be nitpicky to you. And that's why I want to direct your attention to the next item on today's agenda. It's still along the same question about material omissions and what exactly are all the hats that this man is wearing. And if we could get to the bottom of why it is he didn't want to put out the full information to the cops. He only wanted to tell the cops the information he wanted the cops to know. I don't know if I want to put that out there. What the hell? Okay, fine. Now that brings us to some other hats this man is wearing. If you will recall, he did used to work for, or with, or at, or perhaps even freaking own, who knows. He used to work for Legally Mine, LLC. He disclosed, or they disclosed that in that 2025 financial disclosure, the franchise financial disclosure. He used to work for Legally Mine from 2018 to 2020. He was the executive events planner, coordinator, whatever it was. Okay, fine. What does Legally Mine do? They do those conferences, those presentations. Kind of sounds something like similar to what Vail was doing with the buyer summits. They get these summits. Legally Mine does it with the dentists. He might have been anticipating it's going to be on YouTube. Yeah, he had a flash forward to somebody like me going through the records. I don't want to put that out there. Thanks so much to Wayne for the $2 super chat. You know they were let go because they squeal. I don't know. They were let go because I think that these people will cut off their own nose to spite their face if they think it will save them. Thank you to Trail Tail Treats for the $39.99. What did they gain by leaving his name out, though? I'm wondering if there's exactly the question I'm asking. Is there a reason they left his name out? Was it on purpose? I'm trying to figure out any good faith reason. If there's two owners of a store elsewhere on the disclosure, they put both owners. They're saying everywhere else that he does own that store, even including in press releases related to this event, even in the lawsuit. I should probably pull up the lawsuit and see what they say about him being owner in there. That's actually going to be another good data point. It's a great question. What do they gain by leaving out his name, though? And I'm wondering, and maybe somebody knows better than me about the franchise rules, is there something against that? Would that be not a conflict of interest? Someone who works for corporate kind of like competing? Like corporate kind of competing with their own franchisees and coming in and scooping up stores. And I don't know. I really don't know what they have to gain. Maybe it's just a big, I'm stupid. You know what I mean? Maybe it's a big oopsie. But what I'm trying to do is reconcile what they've said many other places, including to law enforcement, including in police statements, including sorry, it was something, including financial disclosures. They have said that he's an owner. He said it to the cops. So why is he not listed as an owner on either one? During the time period where he claimed to the cops he was an owner. Brandon Best was named as an owner to the cops. He's listed in the financial franchise disclosure form, but not Josh. And I'm just wondering why. I mean, that's my question too, Czar. Thank you for the $39.99. Right. I do think that. I do think you're onto something. Go away. That phone call is the second or third time in the body camera he says owned. Presumably because they had shut down the Salem store. So then the question is, was that press release misleading the other day? Has parted ways. Okay, well, if that was in March, why y'all telling us about it in June? And it wasn't on the first press release. He possibly could be. He possibly could be providing a service to the franchise that makes him conflicted, that like is illegal. I don't know. I'm not saying he did anything illegal. I'm just, the question is, why would they not put his name on there? Either I'm misunderstanding and he wasn't an owner at the time. I don't think that's what's going on. And I think I've laid out the evidence for that clearly in the public record, including their own admissions, their own filings, their own statements, or they accidentally left him off. Oopsie. Now the question still becomes, is that a material omission or a misleading statement? That'll be up for the FTC to decide. I'm just asking. I am not an expert here. But you see how I'm not going, it's fake. They're lies, 100 billion, trillion, quadrillion, badillion, manillion %. Fake. They're fake liars. They're just fake. That's a crime. Arrest them. Arrest them, officer. Because that is the treatment that Josh gives others. So if he's upset about me just asking questions, can you imagine how he would feel if he was subject to the treatment that he himself subjects others to? That's fake. That's lies. I could be out here doing that. That's what he does. That's the level of benefit of the doubt and good faith that he offers to his fellow human. So, I could be doing that. I ain't doing that. I'm asking. Why don't all of these documents and all of these statements from the same corporation add up? And could it be for some possibly illegal or untoward reason that requires him to be arrested and taken to federal prison? Maybe. You notice that I'm not saying, he lied, take him to jail, lock him up. You're not allowed to do that. Holding the phone up. You can't do that. Can't do that. It's a crime. It's a crime to lie. You see, I'm not doing that. Sound like he might need to take my class on avoiding liability for lawsuits. Too soon? Too soon? No. Yeah, good point. And this is Reckless Ben's argument. He couldn't tell the cop that they shut down the store because of a lawsuit. So he claimed it was because of vandalism and harassment. Ben was not charged with any of that in Oregon. I'm starting to wonder if Ben is exactly right. Of course, I don't know for sure because I can't be inside these people's minds and I never want to be. But did they really just shut that store down to avoid legal liability? Seems like that's a viable option, explanation to me. No, I'm not an expert. I am not an expert. I really am not. I have no idea how franchise disclosures are supposed to work. But I do just have to ask why in a document where they are mandated to report all truthful things, including a list of owners of franchises, they didn't report Josh as owning either one of the two that he has admitted to owning during the relevant time. That's just my question. I'm not an expert, but I do wonder why they didn't include him as an owner if he's supposedly an owner during that time. Franchise development and sales staff. Employees directly involved in selling franchises or negotiating the franchise disclosure document are barred. Where did you find this? Where did you find this, Ian Sanders? Ian said, franchise development and sales staff, employees directly involved in selling franchises or negotiating the franchise disclosure document are barred. Barred from what? Owning one of the stores? This avoids insider advantages and unfair dealing. Oh, girl. No LLC owned Bam Salem from Crystal until Josh, right? I'm not exactly sure, Roger. Bam's press release, Penbricks says, claimed devastating social media campaign being the reason why they had to shut the store down. But they had already shut the store down before a video ever came out. That's another discrepancy. TT Mashups, I think you have a little bit of the timeline wrong. So I do appreciate the attention to detail, though, because that is something that I did look at. Franchise disclosure, where it lists jobs of Josh Johnson, Section 2 asks if they had any civil actions. Bam marked no, but the disclosure is from April and the lawsuit is in March. No, the lawsuit is in May 21st. That's when they sued him. The criminal one against Ben, Provo City versus Ben, that one is from March. I think that one started in March. But the civil one is not till May. So they sued literally the next month. May 21st, the next month after the franchise disclosure document was turned over and filled out and all that in April. The next month is when they sued. But I did take a look at that. We'll have to see what they say on the next year one. Okay, Tanner. Okay, I appreciate the counterpoint. She says, or he, Tanner, said they did post photos on social media, though, at the time of the store closing. And Ben said the store went viral. The pictures went viral on social media at that time. So maybe that was the social media campaign they're referring to. Maybe. However, the thing that went viral is that Ben and his friends had put that sign and said, "We steal from old people. We lost a lawsuit, and that's why we had to shut the store down." So the store was still already closed when it went viral. From if what Ben is saying is true, because they had gone over there. Remember, he went over there. The store was closed, and then he ascertained that the store was just closed now. They permanently, and then there was a sign on the door, permanently closed. So he wanted to put a sign up and say, "We steal from old people." They literally closed the store to avoid getting sued. That's what Ben's argument has always been. And so in March, when the photos went viral, the photos that went viral was that one with the sign on it. But he put that sign on after it was already permanently closed. So still, it doesn't seem possible to me, based on like my understanding of how time works, unless somebody can time travel. How a social media campaign made them shut down when the social media campaign that happened was after they had shut down by Ben hanging a sign on the building, which he's getting sued for now, by the way, and charged for. So it's just questions. It really is just questions. So it also, I can't stop thinking. I can't stop remembering, I should say, from time to time. What is legally mine? What do they do? Take the pot of gold, put a lid on it, and hide it. Why? So that you can only sue goofy cart number 4, bitch. I was about to replace that cart anyway. It was rusty. You could have the shovel. You could have the buggy, but you ain't getting Walmart's money. That's in there. That was 3 freaking weeks ago. That was published 3 weeks ago. Goofy cart number 4. You can have the cart. 3 weeks ago, Legally Mine did that presentation. Okay. So I can't stop remembering that. Okay. I can't stop remembering Daniel. I got to take the J off. I keep calling him Jay. Daniel J. McNeff and his company, Legally Mine, was sanctioned or whatever it was literally last year for the unauthorized practice of law, giving legal advice to people, kind of pretending to be a lawyer, doing legal work he's not supposed to be doing. And then there's this other possible ethical complaint that got him barred from being a broker. Now this again is tentative. I don't know that to be a fact. I showed you all my evidence for that. I just can't stop thinking about that. I can't stop thinking about this name change on the same day that part 1 dropped from Legally Mine LLC to LM Old Co LLC. Can't stop thinking about all these name changes. They started a new Legally Mine LLC, I'll have you know, and it's doing business as and owned by Centra Wealth Solutions. Same people that were involved in Legally Mine seem to be involved there. And so I'm like, what is this? Veil Corporate is another name. Veil, piercing the corporate veil. It's another name associated with this company. Shield. Previously, Veil Corporate LLC was previously alternatively known as Legally Mine. Okay, these are the things we've discussed. Veil got sued in a RICO. We talked about the RICO at length. I believe it was yesterday. It's all starting to be a blur. We talked about the RICO that Veil is still at this very moment dragged into. It hasn't been resolved completely and finally yet. There's a RICO about these buying summits. They would lure unsuspecting people there with these famous people, these celebrities from A&E, house flipping people, and then they'd say, oh, come to my conference. They come to the conference, you get a free little lunch or whatever. You got to sign up for a get LLC pack, get a kit of LLCs, and then you got to go to the buying summit. That costs you anywhere from $5,000 to $40,000. Then you get there and they sell you way overpriced real estate, and there's all these schemes. Now they're making those allegations. They are allegations. I'm not saying it's true. I certainly never been to those things. But they're making those allegations against Vail Corporate. Well, look, Vail Corporate has previously been called Legally Mine, LLC. And until today, or maybe it was last night, I wasn't able to, for sure with the public record, link Joshua Johnson with Legally Mine. I mean, he's pretty close, nebulously at least. You know, there's Ammon, there's Matt. He worked for Legally Mine. Ammon worked for Legally Mine. He was the president at one point. Daniel worked for Legally Mine. But then I was able to find some support in the public record. He did, in fact and indeed, work for Legally Mine as a executive event, whatever it was. Director, planner, whatever, basically putting together, look, what it looked like to me was these summits. All right, so that leads us to some more of the hats that Joshua is wearing. One more time, I just want to remind you, Daddy McNeff got in trouble last year for the unauthorized practice of law. He got fined, and so did Legally Mine, LLC, which now is called LM Oldco, LLC, but that's, not to belabor the point. So this, I kind of started to put some of his hats. I'm going to have to make a whole little, Excel spreadsheet or something. Maybe a whole web on its own of all the jobs and different titles this man has had. But let's start here from 2021. I was able to find this gem. A lot of this stuff I'm sure will end up becoming harder and harder to find. That's why I take screenshots. This is all the way back from 2021. And let me make the picture a little bigger so y'all could see it. I mean, the man is somewhat of a shapeshifter, but it does appear like that is him. Put an 8 in the chat if you think that looks like Josh to you. Now, this was posted July 2021. By Bayou City Study Club. Congratulations to our vendor raffle winner, Joshua Johnson of the Fortune Law Firm. Now, remember, on that franchise disclosure statement that we just looked at, there were three employers in the past 5 years that were listed for Josh. Number one was BAM, B-A-M, Bricks and Minifigs Franchising. The second one was Fortune Law. Remember Fortune Law? The third one was Legally Mine. Fortune Law, he was listed as the executive vice president. So now we have that was from 2025. You posted that? Good to know. So he's winning an Apple Watch. Congratulations to our vendor raffle winner, Joshua Johnson of the Fortune Law Firm. Joshua is the proud new owner of an Apple Watch SE. You will never catch me with an Apple Watch. If you ever see me with an Apple Watch on, just know it's a clone or it's AI, because I will never have one of them on me. Anyway, we look forward to working closely with our platinum sponsor. Oh, wait, hold on. He won the Apple Watch and he's the platinum sponsor? Anyway, interesting that they called Ben's raffle a phony or a fraudulent raffle, huh? Interesting they're suing him for a fraudulent or a phony raffle when the platinum sponsor of this event won the raffle. Anyway, maybe it was a coincidence. So we look forward to working with our platinum sponsor, the Fortune Law Firm, over the course of our 2021-2022 season. Thank you for your support of the Bayou City Study Club. Proud partnership, platinum sponsor, BCSC. Learn, grow, lead. Star of the South. Excuse me, that obviously me. I'm the Star of the South, obviously. Anyway, so where are they? Let's take a look at this picture, shall we? This is public. And at the time I took the picture last night, it was on a public profile. Bayou City Study Club. Bayou City Study Club. Not only is the Fortune law firm a platinum sponsor, Joshua Johnson is apparently associated with it. He's winning a watch. What is this? Welcome to the Star of the South dental meeting. Oh, it's an I'll be danged. It's a summit. It's a summit. It's a summit. And who's sponsoring it? Fortune Law Firm. Executive Vice President, he ended up being, of the Fortune Law Firm. He's winning Apple Watches. He's sponsoring summits. Now, I know y'all may remember yesterday. Josh Johnson, he is no stranger to having a booth at a summit, actually. Remember this presentation? Josh Johnson, this is the next year, 2022. Again, Fortune Law Firm, Josh Johnson. Liability entanglements of running your own practice. Don't let your corporate veil be pierced. Here comes Valhalla. Oh no, that's Spartan. That's different. That's Troy. Telling a Troy guy or whatever. Anyway, why do we create so he's doing this, right? He does this presentation. We already went over this in a previous video. I'm not going over it right now. I want to get to the very end. Join us Friday during lunch in the main OCE lecture hall and at our booth. Oh, okay. Wait. All right. So the Fortune Law Firm has a booth and they have a lunch at the main lecture hall, and Josh Johnson is doing, this is 2022. He's doing speeches, presentations about liability entanglements. And again, I just can't stop thinking about this. Forbes. Put a 9 in the chat if you're still with me and you remember talking about the Forbes magazine article, the Forbes.com article hours ago. Talking about Jay Mitten. Now the guy is like, look, this part ain't about them. It doesn't relate to them. But he says this right here. They will drop a lot of names of their supposed clients to make you feel like they're the only group in the world who knows anything about asset protection planning, but that is exactly what scammers do. Now, look, to be very clear, I'm not accusing anybody of scamming, especially in particular Josh Johnson or anyone else. But it just reminded me of this article. They'll drop these names. They'll make you feel like that's what, they're the best. But if you start to dig a little deeper and check out their backgrounds, or usually the lack thereof, other than they seem to do a lot of presentations, you'll eventually find there's nothing really there but a bunch of high volume marketers. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I just can't help but think of it. So wow, thank you so much to Razor for the $100 super chat. You rock. You're doing good work. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's very generous. Can we get some claps? Some claps in the chat for that very generous super chat. Thank you so much. Utah, here I come. Thank you, Becca, for becoming a new member. I don't know why my little thing keeps... Oh, I might need to clear up some hard disk space. Thanks so much to Consigi TV for the $10 super chat. They put the Eugene store under Brandon's name as a shell. It's to avoid franchise disclosure with corporate because only Josh works for them on paper. Okay. Disclosure item 16. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this. I want to do some investigating into this a little later. Why is Valhalla clapping? What did I do now? Okay, the disk space. Let me close some of these tabs. It might just be all this too much stuff running. Hold on. I guess I don't need that on, actually. Okay, so let me just do this. Okay, so I'm getting word you can own a franchise, but you do have to disclose it. It's required to disclose. Okay, I don't know if that's true or not. What did I do now? What did I do now? Okay, so sorry. This like half my things are shutting down over here. It's like stuff's like shutting down. I don't know why. Sales broker double dipping owner could be. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to ask y'all in the live investigation. Thank you for the $39.99. What do I do now? Subscribe. We're getting claps. Okay, so congrats to our vendor. Okay, so that's where we were there. Congratulations to the vendor of Fortune Law Firm. All right, now this is the second time in public documents that we have seen Fortune Law Firm being mentioned in connection with Josh. The other place was in the franchise disclosure document at the end of last year, just 6 months ago. And it actually was only filed 2 months ago, April 2026. So they did say that he did work at the Fortune Law Firm as executive vice president. So that brings me to this post. This, would you believe it, was the same month, March 2026, as this incident. As this incident, same month. This was March 8th, March 9th, March 10th, March 11th, that time. This is March 16th. This gets posted on Instagram. And what does it say? Let's go to the post. Oh, it's gone. Oh, good. Good thing I took a screenshot. Okay. Stop overpaying your taxes and stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. Josh Johnson, the Fortune Law Firm, and now he's calling himself, or they're calling him, not executive vice president, but actually exclusive partner. They're calling him a partner, exclusive partner of a law firm. 3 months ago. Protect your wealth. Stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. Stop overpaying your taxes. Stop leaving your wealth unprotected. Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management. Oh, got another hat. An exclusive partner at the Fortune Law Firm is taking the stage at the 4S Summit. Another presentation. This is 3 months ago. This is during the Reckless Ben stuff. This is just a few days, like a week after he's boohooing to the cops, talking about it is a misdemeanor. It is against the law in Utah. It is against the law in Utah for somebody to pretend to be a fake process server. Like a week later, he's being advertised as the partner of a law firm. Excuse me, come again? I'm wondering, Land Otterman, Land, daughter. I don't know. I don't know where the word starts and ends. Calling yourself a partner of a law firm, is that posing as an attorney? Okay, look, I want to take a poll. Let me make a poll. I want to make a poll. I actually want to know what y'all's opinion is. Please, everybody vote in the poll because I'm very curious. I'm about to put it up right now. I got to go into the actual thing here. I'm going to make a poll. And be honest. Don't just use a bias or anything like that. I really want you to be honest. If you saw this advertisement on Instagram, would you think the person, in this case Josh Johnson, was a lawyer? Okay, that's all I want to know. I'm not even would you think he's the partner of a law firm, but just if you just saw this, would you think he was a lawyer? I'm starting the poll now. Again, this is just questions. I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying he is for sure doing a crime, which is much more generous than what he did for Ben, which is make up a delusion when he didn't actually know. I'm not saying he's doing it. He's a criminal. Unauthorized practice of law. What state is that? Arizona. Let's take a look, shall we? Actually, before we take a look at the law, let's just look at the facts. Stop overpaying your taxes. Stop leaving your wealth unprotected. Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management. Okay, owner of Fortress Management and exclusive partner at the Fortune Law Firm, is taking the stage at this summit. Not a summit, girl. They even calling it a summit. They're calling it a summit. On Friday, March 27th, with a session built to help aesthetic practice owners. Aesthetic. So this isn't dentists. This is aesthetic practice owners. Safeguard their assets and grow their financial foundation. This isn't generic advice. This is a proven playbook. If you don't know the 4S Summit yet, here's what you need to know. Founded by Terry Ross, Isaac Musley, and Dr. Renato Saltz, the 4S Summit is the MBA. You're going to come and get an MBA, a master's degree, in 2.5 days. Amazing. Incredible. MBA for aesthetics. 2.5 days of structured sessions. Oh boy. Put a 9 in the chat if this is starting to remind you a little bit of that RICO we read yesterday. At least in regard to the buying summit. Okay, now we're reaching where I was trying to head. Took me 4 hours to get here today. What is an exclusive partner, Nailhead? Great question. Thank you for the $5. Is exclusive partner even a thing? Don't you need two? No, you don't need two. I guess you could be the owner. I don't actually know. I did take a test on this. And I remember when I took the test called the MCLE, something like that, the lawyer's ethics test. You have to take 2 of them, to my memory. And in it, it's very, very serious if you pretending to be a lawyer. You cannot go into business. Like, you can't start a law firm with a non-lawyer. There's all these rules. Now, I don't know how it works in Utah. The Fortune firm is supposedly based in Las Vegas, but he wasn't in Las Vegas at the summit. The summit was in Arizona. Thank you, Squab, for gifting the 1 live show membership. Thank you. He works with a lawyer, Zachariah Perry. Utah allows a partner not to be a lawyer, but Christopher, the Fortune law firm is not based in Utah. It is based in Nevada. It's not a Utah firm. It's a Nevada firm. Lots of states involved now. It's never a RICO, Valhalla. Okay, TT Mash, if that's true, could you send me an email? I was only able to ascertain that a lawsuit was actually only filed in May. So if you have some proof of this, I would love to see it in my email. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just haven't seen that. The first action I saw civilly was May. I think it may mean exclusive partner. Like Baja Blast was exclusive to their partner. I absolutely agree. I do think that's what they would plan to say.
That's why we didn't say partner. You're just stupid if you thought I was trying to act like a lawyer. I said executive partner, exclusive partner, not partner.
That's why I did this poll. Please vote in the poll. Please vote in the poll. Let me see what we're working with right now. Did the poll not post? Where's the poll? Why's the poll not showing? I want to see the poll. Did the poll not post? It might just not be showing up on my app. Okay. 89% of the people who have voted in the poll so far have said yes, they would think he was a lawyer. They would think he was a lawyer. 89% of the people, 383 people, please vote in the poll. Let's see if we can get 1,000 votes. Because I think it's completely unreasonable to assume that a layperson, even a lawyer, wouldn't interpret this man as being a lawyer. Now, what did the Forbes magazine article tell us to do? When in doubt, check the state bar. If you don't know what it is, every session builds on the last. Okay, so this summit that Josh is speaking at 3 months ago, was the MBA for aesthetics. 2.5 days of structured sessions covering everything from consultation conversions and hiring SOPs to KPIs, compensation models. Oh, interesting. Tax planning and exit strategies. Every session builds on the last, so don't miss any. So you're going to leave with a real execution plan, not just ideas. Put a 1 in the chat if this is starting to remind you of that buying summit we learned about yesterday. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. This is another misleading thing. He apparently, according to some people, simulated earthbound misfit. Seriously. He even said he was a lawyer somewhere in that police footage. Like one of the first 2 calls, he said he worked at a law firm. He worked for a law firm. And that's another question. I mean, is that misleading? I mean, I don't know. I work for a law firm. As the what? You work for a lot of things, come to find out, buddy. Fortune, law, Fortress Management, BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, 5 jobs, 11 jobs with them. Legally Mine for a few years. And a bunch of presentations. If they have to say it isn't generic advice, then it truly is. Law firms have cleaning crews too, right? But I would expect them to say I work at a law firm as I'm a paralegal. I don't know. I'm just putting this in the context of like all of it, you know? And then it says March 27th through 29th at the luxurious Lowe's Ventana Canyon Resort in Tucson. All right, March in Tucson, just a couple months ago. Now, not only that, okay, the plot thickens because guess who sponsored the summit? Guess who sponsored the 4S summit? Terry Ross, who's one of the, people who was named in that thing, Get Kudos Software, Skin Better Science, Insight, Influx, Fatana, and the Fortune Law Firm. Wait a second. You mean to tell me the Fortune Law Firm is sponsoring summits, aka paying for them to get put on, and then going and doing speeches, and then in 2022 having a booth and a table and saying, come meet me at lunch, offering advice, plans about taxation, and doing all of that as the, quote, executive partner of a law firm? Officer, that's illegal. Officer, that's illegal. You can't do that. You can't do that, officer. That's illegal. No, you not in the state of Arizona. Unauthorized. A trillion %. He's a fake lawyer. Okay. What did the Forbes magazine, what did the Forbes.com article tell us to do in these situations when in doubt? Let's just check and see if this man even is a lawyer. First, let's start at the Utah Bar Attorney License, or Utah Attorney License Search. Let's go there. Now, he better have been a lawyer when he was claiming to be a partner. Last name Johnson. First name Joshua. Search. Oh, there is a Joshua Johnson. He does practice law in Utah. However, we have a problem. That's that middle initial. Joshua's middle initial is A, not P. And this guy just got admitted to the bar 2017. Oh, inactive attorney. Full service. What does that mean? Joshua Perry Johnson. Went to the University of Utah. Joshua J. So, I mean, even if this is somehow the same Joshua, which I don't know how it could be, because his name Joshua Aaron, this one's Joshua Perry, it's inactive. So the lawyer is not actively practicing, it looks like. So even if it is him, is this appropriate for him to have characterized himself? I think this Instagram post might be deleted too. Let me check. No, it's still up. It is still up. Right there. Who'd it tag? Who is Grand Bomb? Another one of these. Register for the owner. Your shift monthly event. No, I don't want to go to no events. Who else is tagged here? Them two. Stop overpaying your taxes. Stop leaving your wealth unprotected. Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management and exclusive partner at the Fortune Law Firm, is taking the stage at the summit. Well, not only is he taking the stage at the summit, girl, I mean, the Fortune Law Firm sponsored the summit. They paid for the summit to happen. Is this the unauthorized practice of law? That's what I want to know. I don't see any Joshua A. Johnson at Fortune Law registered here. Let me look up Fortune Law at the Utah State Bar. Now, he might be registered somewhere else. Organization. Fortune Law. Well, I typed in Fortune Law as a law firm, and someone did show up. But you know who it is? Zachariah B. Perry. Zachariah B. Perry. Now, his is listed as active. Active attorney. University of Illinois. Fortune Law Firm in Las Vegas, Nevada. So, Las Vegas, Nevada, we now have another state entering into just a lot of states. Where's Valhalla? It's a lot of states. He writes all their blogs. So let's check out Nevada. Maybe Josh is a licensed attorney in Nevada. This is what the Forbes.com article told us to do. Nevada. attorney search. Let's check it out over there. We've tried Utah. There's no Josh A. Johnson. So now we're in Nevada. Okay, this is where the Fortune law firm is based. Joshua Johnson? No, not even one. Not even one shows up. How about let's try Fortune Law? Fortune Law. See if it's even a law firm. Matthew A. Law. Okay, looks like no. Let's try Perry again. What is it, Zachary or Zacharias? Forgot now. Perry. Yeah. Zachariah Benjamin Perry. Fortune Law Firm. Active attorney since 2009. Zach at Fortune Law. University of Illinois. Fine. This checks out. But who else works at the Fortune Law Firm? It goes to this website. Let's see if we can find any trace of Joshua Johnson on this website. Let's go to their blog. Okay, Zachariah is the one that writes all these blogs. Somebody told me to go to the blog. I mean, these look ChatGPT'd AF. Where's Josh? Where's any trace of Josh? Medical dental professionals, doctor services. I don't think we'd find him there. Asset protection. Let's go there maybe. Do you see any sign of Josh? Because I don't. Google search Fortune Law Firm Employee Directory. Okay. Finance, C-suite, Lori, Michael, Jason, Lori, Lewis. Oh no, I ain't paying for that. Okay, let's go back. I'm not like signed in though. Okay, I'm not signed in. I don't feel like doing all this password changing stuff. Zoom info first result. Yeah, but it wasn't letting me click. It was like I had to sign up for it. Watch. Fortune Law Firm Employee Directory. Okay, so I did click on the first thing. Click. First result. Where is it? I just see Lori. If I click see all employees, it wants me to pay or sign up, and I'm definitely not doing that. If I click like this, it doesn't show anything. It's just blurred out. Sign in to see more. I don't want to. I'm not doing that. So where does it say Josh? It says Michael. It says Jason. It says Lori. It says Luis. It doesn't say anything about Josh. Josh. Yeah, nothing. John. Nothing. So I don't know what y'all want me to look at over there. But anyway. He was removed from the directory. So you're saying Fortune Law Josh Ua. I mean, the AI still picks it up. Age Management Group. Educator. Now it's educator. Oh my God, another hat. Another hat. I mean, the man can do everything. Now it's in Florida. Now it's just educator, though. I think he flew too close to the sun a couple months ago. I think he flew too close to the sun by saying he was an executive partner. So Jody said you don't have to be a lawyer in order to be called a limited partner in Utah or Arizona or DC. But he wasn't called a limited partner. He was called an exclusive partner. And the law firm is not based in Arizona or DC or Utah. The law firm is based in Nevada. And that's where we were going next. We looked to see if there was a Nevada attorney named Josh Johnson at all. There is not. Not even one Joshua Johnson attorney in the whole state of Nevada. Okay. So that doesn't exist. So let's say Arizona. Let's look for the Arizona attorney license search. Because what I could have done is, it's illegal. Arrest him. Officer, I'm calling 911. Arrest him. Unauthorized practice of law. I could have done that. I'm not doing that. I'm doing my due diligence. Admitted attorneys, District of Arizona. This is just federal, but we can try that out anyway. Johnson, Joshua. Not even one. Not even one. Not even one. Oh, excuse me. These are all pro hac vice. Joshua R. Johnson. Oh, no, that's Joseph. Joshua J. Johnson. Nope. We're looking for A. Joshua R. Johnson. No. Joshua J. Johnson. No. Okay. So no Joshua Johnson admitted to practice in Arizona either. Sorry, this is what I was looking at. See the Johnsons? Johnson Blake, Brian Johnson, Christine Johnson. Now, I'm only doing this because this is what Forbes told us to do. When in doubt whether somebody is actually licensed to be giving legal advice. Now, there's something else I've left out entirely from this analysis because this is already so long. It's also against the freaking law to give tax and tax planning advice to some extent if you're not a trained accountant or CPA or whatever, like handing out estate planning and asset protection and tax advice and acting like you're the only one, because you also have some privilege when you're doing that type of stuff with an expert and things like that. There's a consumer protection thing, and I just can't stop thinking about the RICO from yesterday and the buying summit and the fact that the Fortune law firm is sponsoring events, diamond sponsor. And Josh Johnson has been going to these summits for years, winning Apple Watches and being at the table and doing presentations in 2021 and saying, come meet us down by the lunch thing. And he did work for Legally Mine. And I'm now starting to wonder what's really going on. Now, let's see how many of y'all have voted in the poll. Because the next one is really another hammer I'm about to swing down. Yes, it is. And all of this is because Josh tried to take away someone's freedom by making up fantasies in his mind that he didn't even know were true to silence someone's free speech. Josh did this to himself. Josh did this to himself. And I haven't made one accusation about the man. How about? How many votes do I have? 565 votes. 565 votes, and 86% of y'all would have thought this was a lawyer. To me, that indicates that he is at least convincing somehow. Maybe he's not doing it on purpose. He might say he didn't have the mens rea. If you try to sue him, maybe you have to sue SMID LLC or whatever. I mean, who knows? But let's go and look at the rules in Arizona, which is where that summit that the Fortune law firm sponsored. Let's go see unauthorized practice of law, Arizona. Okay, State Bar of Arizona. Now don't forget, Legally Mine, where Josh used to work, just got fined by regulatory authorities last year for the unauthorized practice of law. Are you now seeing how this thing is closing back in on itself. You now see, and it took me 4.5 hours, but here we are. In Arizona, no person may practice law in the state of Arizona or represent in any way that he or she may practice law in Arizona unless that person is an active member of the state bar or is otherwise authorized to do so by the rules of the Supreme Court of Arizona. To check if an individual is authorized to practice law in the state of Arizona, click here. For more information, contact the state bar. Okay, so here's that in case anybody wants to make any complaints lawfully, which is being asked. Now, this is a whole separate issue from whether or not there was a material omission on the franchise document. We have two things we might need to report today. Somebody might need to be reported for the unauthorized practice of law, not only in Arizona, but also in Nevada, and also possibly in Utah. These are things that might need to happen. Somebody also might need to be reported, a corporation perhaps, to the state of Wisconsin for not representing the full list of owners, especially when there could have been a conflict. I don't know. It's something that might need to happen. They say in Arizona is an exception, baby girl. I'm reading from the Arizona bar right now. Right now, Jody. This is azbar.org. Unauthorized practice of law. No person can practice law in the state of Arizona or represent in any way that he or she may practice law unless that person is an active member of the state bar. Okay, to see if an individual is an active member of the state bar, click here. Let's click here. State bar. Are you a state bar member? Search. Okay, let's see. Maybe he's... No, I don't want to search legal need. I want to search lawyer. Search by name. Joshua Johnson. Yeah, let's do exact. No records. All right, let's try Fortune Law. Zachariah shows up. He shows up, admitted to the State Bar of Arizona in 2024. There he is right there. Zachariah with this ominous ass picture. Him and Amon have the same demon possessing them. My opinion. So he shows up. What are his areas of study? Income tax, tax planning. He went to the University of Illinois. He does practice in Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. He practices there. He speaks Italian, Spanish, I'm sure English as well. No Josh Johnson. Let's try legal paraprofessional. Joshua Johnson. No records even for a paraprofessional. You tell me, is Joshua Johnson engaged in the unauthorized practice of law by representing to citizens, residents of the state of Arizona that he is a partner of a law firm? Well, just in case, I went ahead and filed a complaint with at least one of those states, and it's Nevada. I'm going to go ahead and file one in Arizona too. Because while y'all are trying to tell me that there is an exception in Arizona, what it looks like to me is Josh Johnson is advertising himself as if representing in any way that he is licensed to practice law. Look, stop over your pay. Does this say that the Fortune law firm is not in Arizona? Does it say where the Fortune law firm is based? No, it's obvious to me, in my opinion, as a consumer, as someone who might be targeted with an advertisement like this. If I saw that, I would think that guy was an attorney, a partner at a law firm. It looks like that's what they're trying to represent to me. And how is that different than what his former employer, Legally Mine LLC, did? AKA Centra Wealth Solutions, formerly known as other things, brand new company, LM Oldco, Vail, Shield. How is that any different than what this one got in trouble for last year? Somebody needs to tell me. Unauthorized practice of law, giving out advice about legal matters, tax preparation. that was the big reveal for today. Thank you so much. I mean, I have a couple more things. Don't go anywhere because we have at least one more major hammer to swing down. Bling Auntie, thank you for the $5. I worked at a white shoe law firm, but we're a white trash law firm. We do things differently. Thank you to Nailhead for the $5. Josh single-handedly caused the rise of unemployment by taking so many jobs for himself. Thank you so much to Scruffy Mans for the $2 super chat. Under Nevada Rule of Professional Conduct 5.4, no. Okay. Thanks so much to Nailhead for the $5. Josh Johnson, Legally Mine Craft Services, Executive Director. Thanks so much to Incognito Bandito for the $4.99. Zach practices in all 3 of those states, and Legally Mine is in all of those states. Thanks so much to Darf Tater's mom for the $10 super chat. So enjoying this rabbit hole. Thank you so much. Thank you to Yoskar for the 6, whatever it is. Is this Mike Ross? I don't think so. Thanks so much to Shirzad becoming a new member. And thank you so much to Crazy for Treasures 2 for the $20 super chat. And the comment as well, because that is where we are heading immediately now. Josh is the one who's writing the blogs on this website. It ends in .io, Fortress Management. Okay, so that's where we're going. That's where we are headed. Thank you very much for the segue. All right. So, in this Instagram post, it advertises him not only as exclusive partner at the Fortune law firm, but also as the owner of Fortress Management. What in the hell is Fortress Management? That's the next question. I pulled this up from the Wayback Machine. I'm going to go to it. It's from 2023. Actually, let me just go to what it looks like today so you can know how these people are moving. FortressManagement.io. Today is Friday, June 12th, 2026. Contact us. Okay, where's the meet the team? Our team. Okay. Busted. Our team. Art McComber. Okay, this is a very, very interesting name to me. All right, because why? Because remember Mark Comer? But they spelled his name C-O-M-E-R, and then there was another Comer, C-O-M-E-R. This guy's name is Art McComber, but it's spelled completely different in a way I've never seen McComb spelled ever. That's what the website looks like today, fortressmanagement.io. That's what the website looks like today. As you scroll down, you see nothing. There's nothing to see. However, it has not always looked like that. No, it has not. For example, back in 2023, this is what the team page looked like. Yep, still got Art, but guess who else? Joshua Johnson. When was Joshua Johnson removed from the owner list? Who knows? But there are traces, or there were, of Joshua Johnson at this firm or at this Fortress Management. And close down some of this stuff. If you go to the blog page, and this is as of Friday, June 12th, 2026, 4:41 p.m. Eastern, it does appear as though Joshua Johnson still is found in, traces on this website as the author of the blog. However, he used to be listed right here, Joshua Johnson, Fortress Management. Now, here's another question. Is this another material failure to disclose? Would this be an employer? Maybe not. Are you necessarily employed by a company that you own? Not necessarily. So maybe not, but it's a question. It is a question. So let's read Joshua's. Oh. Remember the lady that said, what do you do with the pot of gold? You got to put the top on it and you hide it. I'm pretty sure her name was Natalie Lewis. Remember when she was like, that's not the Natalie Lewis way? And I tried to type in, I thought she was saying Madeline. It's Natalie. Natalie Lewis was on here. Gotta hide the gold. Wait, you mean the same Natalie Lewis that's been doing speeches even up till 2026 for Legally Mine? Surely that's not the same person. Natalie O. Lewis is a wife and mother of 4 beautiful children, an all-American collegiate athlete and high school soccer coach. Natalie has learned the importance of teamwork and strategy to reach your highest levels of success. Leading her team, what do you mean? Oh, her team. I see. She's a she's a high school soccer coach. Leading her team to 7 regional titles, 4 state titles. What the hell? This is a financial management firm. The Meet the Team? I don't want to accept. What does it say down here? Speaker. She's listed as a speaker. You'll have to pause and I don't want to accept these things. But see, as a speaker, if you go here, Josh's picture doesn't show up, but it does list him as an owner. And then owner of Fortress Management, we also have Art McComber. Natalie, speaker. She's a coach. But what does it have to do with anything? She's translated her drive and passion on the field into business. Into the business world, where she became a published author and has worked with startups to billion-dollar international enterprises to help them create success strategies. Girl, what is her job? This is vague. After 20 years of working with over 30 companies around the globe, Natalie is continuing to pursue her passion of making sure What's her passion? Making sure every business, small or large, has the greatest opportunity to succeed. That's her passion, is making sure every business in the world has the opportunity to succeed. I don't believe it. Sorry, I just don't. Natalie engaged with the Fortune Law Firm. This is not a website for the Fortune Law Firm, by the way. I will remind you, we are on Fortress. We are on fortressmanagement.io. We are not on the Fortune Law Firm. This reminds me of Vail and Guardian, or what was it? What was the law firm yesterday? Guardian Law Firm and Vail Corporate, how they would work together. It reminds me of the Forbes.com article we read about how these lawyers would sometimes have relations with these, in the article called Snake Oil. It just reminds me of it. After 20 years of working with over 30 companies around the globe, she's doing her passion. She engaged with Fortune Law Firm. After seeing the value that it has offered, girl, they even got the freaking, they forgot which website they were on. This is Fortress. Fortressmanagement.io.our team. Why is she talking about Fortune Law Firm? Hello? They did not think that somebody was going to be this deep in the weeds, did they? Let's read Joshua's bio from 2023. It's now gone. Joshua is an esteemed entrepreneur, an expert in the realm of advanced tax strategies and asset protection. With a solid educational foundation, he pursued his studies in business management at Dixie State University and Utah State University. You know what it doesn't say? He earned a BA. He earned a BS. He obtained a degree. He graduated. It said pursued. Okay. Does it say he went to law school anywhere? Does it say he pursued his legal studies? Does it say he got a JD? No. No. So I am still confused as to why they calling him a partner of a law firm 3 months ago. That's what I want to know. Very confused. I think the state bars in Utah, Arizona, and Nevada should look into it, though. Josh's entrepreneurial journey began with the establishment of several large companies. He began his entrepreneurial journey by establishing large companies. In a way of a hostile takeover, in a way that Dan established a company in 2007 that had already been around since 1983? I don't know. I'm curious. Entrepreneurial journey began with the establishment of several large companies, starting from scratch. Okay. And eventually successfully selling them. Okay. Along the way, he realized that in America, generating wealth often makes individuals vulnerable to lawsuits. You know what else makes individuals vulnerable to lawsuits? Trying to expose tyranny and corruption. Anyway, so they all have this kind of like anger toward people that file lawsuits, but they're happy to file lawsuits themselves. It's very weird. Hypocritical even. Determined to provide comprehensive solutions, Josh decided to specialize in advanced tax strategies and asset protection for dentists and doctors. Over the past 6 years, now this is from 2023, so this would be over the past 9 years now if he's still doing it, he's become a prominent figure. Oh, really? So he's admitting to being a prominent figure? You know, when you admit, I don't know if Ben, Reckless Ben would have any reason to have looked at this website or watched my videos. I don't know. You know, I'm definitely not trying to communicate with him at all. But when somebody sues for defamation and they're a public figure, they then have the burden to prove actual malice. It's a heightened standard because we as the public are allowed to talk about public figures. We're allowed to. We're allowed to even say false stuff if we don't know for sure it's false. So I think it would be a very good defense to a defamation claim that Joshua has advertised himself as a prominent figure. He has advertised himself as a prominent figure. So I really hope he doesn't try to argue that he's a private figure when he's already advertised himself for years as a prominent figure, at least in the medical and dental industries. I mean, areas of extreme public interest and importance. His expertise and dedication have led him to be invited as a speaker. Oh, kind of like that Forbes magazine. Hey, what do these people actually freaking do? Has he earned a JD? Has he earned a bachelor's degree? Has he earned a freaking associate's degree? He has all this stuff that he's been going to and doing, but when you pull back the curtain, it kind of just looks like he just does a bunch of speeches and hostile takeovers of people's franchises. To me, in my opinion, based on public records that I've shown y'all. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree. It's not a fact. His expertise have led him, and dedication, have led him to be invited as a speaker. And it's also reminded me of Lima. Was a distinguished speaker at Harvard. Numerous prestigious conferences that Fortune Law sponsored. I'm just wondering. He has shared his knowledge with thousands of doctors and business owners. Through his insightful presentations, he has empowered professionals to effectively lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits by just calling them all fake. I mean, it does seem like it would be pretty hard to sue him. Joshua Johnson's passion lies in helping his clients safeguard their hard-earned assets and financial well-being. His personalized and innovative approach to tax planning and asset protection. Is this the unauthorized practice of financial planning? Is this unauthorized practice of brokerage services? I don't know. I'm just asking. His personalized and innovative approach to tax planning and asset protection has garnered him a reputation for delivering exceptional results. By leveraging his extensive experience and deep understanding of the complexities of the legal and financial landscape. Oh, he's an expert, a legal expert, everybody. He's been instrumental in transforming the financial futures of numerous doctors and wealth business owners. What the f is a wealth business? Beyond his professional endeavors, he's committed to his ongoing education, staying at the forefront of evolving tax laws and asset protection strategies. He continues to push the boundaries of his expertise to ensure his clients receive the most effective solutions tailored to their unique circumstances. With his unwavering dedication and expertise, He's a trusted advisor. Wait, hold on. Is he allowed to call himself an advisor if he doesn't have a CPA or I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just wondering. I don't know. Trusted advisor to dentists, doctors, and other high net worth individuals seeking to optimize their financial well-being while safeguarding their assets from potential legal challenges. But wait, there's more. Let's check out the actual owner of the place. Or the other owner, I should say, Art. As a young man, Art spent 2 years living and working in southern Germany, where he became fluent in the language. Hold on. As a young man, he spent 2 years living and working in southern Germany. Y'all are just going to leave it at that? You're not going to tell us anything else? Okay. He attended Brigham Young University. Of course he did. We have another Mormon. He graduated with a BA in German Studies and Education. And a year later, the literal FBI sought him out for the German language skills he had acquired after graduating new FBI agent training at Quantico. This is the co-owner with Joshua Johnson of Fortress Management, who's doing some, I think, probably shady, in my opinion, stuff with Fortune Law Firm at these summits that they are sponsoring. And could this be the reason why these people were never really scared to get sued? Because they have FBI agents that are also Mormons who do business with them? Order in my court. That's the third hammer. Could it be? Could it be? Now, this man ain't just nobody. He got to watch it back, because they ain't just anybody. That is not a threat. That is a song. Do not threaten. If anybody threatens anybody, you should go to jail and I'll testify against you. Do not threaten anybody. Do not send any hate. He attended BYU, Mormon. People say, just because someone goes to BYU doesn't mean they are Mormon. Okay, maybe not. But you have to follow the moral code of the college, which includes things like, for example, no drinking and no having sexual relations. So I don't know why somebody who ain't Mormon would want to go over there and be with all them Mormons. Just because you are not a practicing Mormon doesn't mean you didn't grow up with them and go to the temple and all of that. I think it's totally disingenuous when people are like, you don't have to be a Mormon to go to BYU. Yeah, no shit. But it is the Mormon University. Let's stop with the games. He did go there and then went to the FBI. After he went to special training, new agent training, he was assigned. Oh my God. Pew, 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 pew. Where have we seen assigned today? Huh? Where have we seen assigned? Where have we seen the word assigned today? Not just here. I'll let you sort it out in the comments. After graduating new agent training, he was assigned to the San Diego division, where he investigated, arrested, as an FBI agent, by the way. This is Josh Johnson's business partner, or was. I mean, just as of a couple months ago, he was the Fortune Law Firm, owner of Fortress Management. Just 3 months ago, March 2026, he was being advertised as being the owner of Fortress Management, and who is now only listed as the owner now is this guy, this literal freaking Fed. Retired Fed. God, excuse me. I mean, y'all know it's my opinion that nobody's allowed to retire from being a Fed. There is no former FBI. There is no former CIA. It's just like every other cult. That's my opinion. After graduating new agent training, he got assigned to the San Diego division, where he investigated, arrested, and successfully prosecuted bank robbers, kidnappers, counter-espionage agents, counter-terrorists, and major drug traffickers. Following his FBI career, he owned and operated several companies where he learned the importance of protecting his corporate and personal assets from a lawsuit-crazed society. You mean like your frickin' business partner? This lawsuit-crazed, bumbling, buffoon, maniac, lunatic who you've been in business with for years? That lawsuit-crazed maniac who don't change his clothes enough? The Fed didn't like that his assets were up to being, sued for or whatever. It's a lawsuit crazed society. But I do agree with him. It is a lawsuit crazed society. I will agree on that. And a broken tort system. Okay, Lima. For the past 8 years, he shared his expertise in the world of asset protection, overtaxation protection, and wealth creation with thousands of business professionals and medical professionals around the country. He's been married to Barbara for 32 years. They got 4 kids. So then I'm just wondering, what the hell is this business? What is it? I guess this is him. Who is this? What's the business? What is it? Info. What is it? What do they do? Watch the webinar and claim an hour of credit? Who's the presenter? That's him. Huh? Are y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing this? I know. I mean, I was trying real hard not to talk about all the symbols. If you know, you know. He now works with the Fortune law firm. I thought this was Fortress Management. They can't keep their own shit separate. Is this a RICO? Legally is a great word, doing a lot of work there. What is this? What is this company? Is this just legallymind.io? I mean, is this all just a bunch of legally minds out here doing the same stuff? And then they got feds. Who's going to come and arrest this guy when this guy is a Fed? I mean, these are the questions that need to be asked. And I really want to know why Joshua Johnson is no longer listed as an owner of this on the website when just 3 short months ago, he was using being owner of Fortress Management as a way to lure people into a summit. Hello? Are you still with me? I know it's been 5 hours. Are you still with me? Let's go to 2025 and see if Josh Johnson was on there in May 2025. Oh, look at that. He was. His passion lies in helping his clients safeguard their hard-earned assets. What's her name done got took off years ago. Art is on there. Following FBI career, owned and operated several companies where he learned the importance of both protecting his corporate and personal assets from lawsuit-crazed society for the last 8 years. He shared his expertise. So is he just a conference presenter too? What the is going on here? What is going on here? Is this why the cops are so eager to yes, daddy, Joshua Johnson, even though he's clearly an uneducated buffoon who has no business doing what he's trying to act like he's trying to do? It's my opinion. Now, what I will say is I interpreted that as him, being a lawyer. That's what it looked like to me. I had to go on a wild goose chase trying to figure out, is he a lawyer? Is he not? I think he's trying to represent himself as a lawyer. So I'm going to be filing some complaints with the state bars. And if they want to investigate for unlicensed practice of law, they can do so. What I'm not going to do is say he was definitely unlawfully practicing law and call the cops like he did. I'm going to give him more grace than he gave to Ben. I'm going to give him more grace than he gave to Ben. Yes, I am. I ain't scared of no low-life scavenger, I tell you that. Let me see how many votes the poll has. I want to see how many of y'all also thought he seemed like a lawyer. To you, if you would have saw that. If you would have seen that advertisement on 3 months ago, by the way, 3 months ago. owner of Fortress. 85% of y'all out of 769 votes. I asked, if you saw this ad, would you think Josh Johnson was a lawyer? 85% of y'all said yes. More than 8 out of 10. That is a supermajority, okay? More than 8 out of 10. TT Mash, does mediation count as civil litigation? Because if they went to mediation, I think they could honestly say they weren't in civil litigation. That's the next question. I can't load Josh's image. It won't load on mine, but if someone can load it, let me know. You are not the only one that has called me Honey Badger, Valhalla. I'm going to start calling you BJ Badger. Badger don't give up. You're not the first. That ad is so misleading. Okay, so if y'all think the ad is misleading, you are welcome to exercise your right to peacefully utilize the reporting mechanisms that have been put in place for members of the public, consumers, to report these things. I'm going to be reporting him for the unauthorized practice, what appears to me to be the unauthorized practice of law. I hope they do investigate him. I could be wrong. I'm not the investigator. I'm not at the Utah State Bar, but I'm going to be filing 3 reports. Well, I already filed 1 in Nevada. I'm going to file 1 in Utah, and I'm going to file 1 in Arizona, and I'm going to continue to file them everywhere where I see that he's being advertised as a partner of a law firm and giving out strategy advice on taxes. Not just generic advice, he said. Not just generic, real playbook strategy, whatever they said. Bird means brain said, I 100% thought he must have a JD and an active license to advertise himself that way. Mr. It's illegal to pretend to be a process server. Well, now I guess they got some more investigating to do over there in American Fork and Nevada and Utah and Arizona. And now he is representing himself as, in my opinion, what looks to me as a lawyer across state lines. Does this bring it into federal, and does it bring it into RICO? Where's Valhalla? Is this a RICO? Man, they should have just given him Legos right on back. Sure should have. Do you go to that specific state bar website? Yeah, so Meg, what I'm going to do is just type in, for example, Utah unauthorized practice law report. So if you go here, report the false attorney form, it just shows up right there. Report a false attorney. First, you want to check the member directory. This is the appropriate form to submit if someone is falsely claiming to be an attorney and is involved in the unauthorized practice of law. And you know who was involved in the unauthorized practice of law? Joshua Johnson's former employer, Legally Mine LLC. You know who else was involved in the unauthorized practice of law? The daddy of the owner of Bricks and Minifigs, Daniel McNeff. He was doing the unauthorized practice of law. So was Legally Mine LLC. And it looks like what they were doing over there at the Legally Mine LLC is very similar to what Fortune Law and Fortress Management are doing. I mean, they can't even keep their websites straight. They mention Fortune Law all over Fortress Management's website. So now I'm wondering if we also need to report for the unlicensed practice of brokerage services. Does Fortress Management offer loans for any reason? Are we venturing into wire? I'm just curious. Because they've been having a lot to say about a guy who showed up to serve some papers. But what about the fact that the person who was serving the papers was a process server and she could prove it. Can the same be said about Mr. Executive Exclusive Partner of a law firm with no JD? I can't even find a bachelor's degree. I can't even find an associate's degree on the man. What exactly is his expertise in? Oh, he started businesses and sold them. What? What did he sell them for? How much? How much did he start it for? How long did he work? What was the area of business? When you really start to pull back the curtain, it seems like he's just going around and presenting stuff at conferences that his apparently employer, law firm, I don't really know, sponsor. As recently as 3 months ago. The same exact month. You can't pretend to be a process server. You can't pretend. That's illegal. You have to, I want her arrested. The same month, Mr. I want her arrested for pretending to be a process server, pretended to be a law firm partner from where I'm sitting. And that'll pretty much conclude the major points of today's presentation. What are our thoughts here? What are we thinking here? Thank you so much to View Garconify for the $2 super chat. The Streisand effect needs to be renamed to the brick by brick effect. Thanks so much to the Dove Dog for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much to Sly7390 for becoming a new member. Thanks so much to Incognito for the $4.99. He's a doctor, International Academy of Ceramic Implantology. Who? Thank you for the $4.99. Thanks so much to Ashley for the $10 super chat. I never watched shows like this before the Lego drama. Now I feel like I can't look away. I don't really have anything to say. I just think you work hard. I do work hard. Thank you for the $10. And I don't always do this. This is kind of it is my sweet spot for sure. It's really where I do think that I really do shine. And I kind of like, it's kind of like, oh, okay, I'm just reminding y'all what you came for. This isn't all the time. But it is my sweet spot, and it is somewhere where I do think that I do shine. And it is actually exhilarating and fun for me to be able to share, what I've learned, not just in law school, but just in general, over the course of me working. Hold on. I need to check something in the back end here. I've been on here for 5 hours. Just got to check something. Okay. I'm just setting some stuff up here. Give me a moment, if you don't mind, because I want to get back around to what y'all are thinking, y'all's thoughts, y'all's comments. This one was a lot of work. This week I worked hard. My brain definitely did some stuff. This week. I'll tell you that. Just a couple more moments. Okay, got it. Okay, hold on one more moment. Okay. Thanks so much to Incognito for the $1.99. Yeah, art. Susie, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Wayne for the $2. I sent some of your links to Ben. Hope he watches. Yeah, I mean, that's all we can really do. I definitely don't want to be dragged into no RICO, so I ain't going to be talking to him, but it's BS, and I do think it is. Thank you for the $2 and for forwarding that over. Thank you so much to Savvy Turtle for the $5 super chat. Left you and everyone a gift on my Twitter. What's the gift? What is it? How you going to say gift on your Twitter? Hold on. Is your name the same? Savvy Turtle? What's your Twitter name? Oh, I spelled savvy wrong. Savvy Turtle. Okay. All right. I think I see. Okay. Let's see. Merry Christmas, Joshua Johnson. An easier way to start pulling threads and returning the favor of what you did to Ben. Oh, I can't pull this up. He's going to say this is stalking. Yeah, I can't pull that up, Savvy Turtle. They're going to say I'm stalking him, even though it's a public record. It's like a house records. I used to be able to do that, but they on my neck too much these days. Thank you for the $5. Y'all can go and check that out if y'all want to. It is public records. I can see it's from the government website, but I get held to different rules than the feds, as it turns out. Me and Art McComber are not held to the same rules, as it turns out. Thank you, Serena, for the $10 super chat. They should have gave back them Legos. I bet they are hating the hard way right about now. And again, this isn't violence. This is holding their own statements and their own words back in their face and asking them why they said that. Actually, I told y'all don't do any violence. Don't go to anybody's house. I'm not even pulling up public records. I'm going so far and above out of my way. But did Josh give that type of grace over to Ben? Nope. Nope. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Making Law Simple said you stream too long. Yeah, it does take quite a while to get to the point, but this is how I do it. Let's see. Corporate. Why do they continue to do it? Yeah, that too. Ketchup said, dang, BJ, I knew this would be an interesting deep dive, but you went all the way to the seafloor. Yeah. And I mean, that's pretty much the whole thing for what I had on Josh. I did want to let y'all know I am going to be reporting him. I am going to be reporting him. To Arizona for the unauthorized practice of law. Just so they can look into it. I'm not even saying he necessarily did, but I'll have the Arizona State Bar take a look. Sunlight is not. Razor said, you did good, Marathon. Thank you to Half Imp for the $5. I hope y'all are reporting that neighbor. The man is a fraud. Which neighbor? Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Super duper great live stream. Thanks. We need to do Be Best next. Yep. Don't worry. I have what else thing did I want to look into? I'll tell y'all what little rabbit holes I'm interested in going down. The corporate documents, for one. I'm interested in looking into the corporate documents that have been made public by Crystal Law and that have been filed publicly with agencies. I'm going to be looking into that. I know Making Law Simple has already started to do that, or already done that as well. He started covering this case much before I did. And he's a lawyer too. I think he actually practices, unlike me. And he's covered these, like the franchise agreement and the operating agreement and different excerpts, redacted, redlined, all of that. I want to start looking into that because I have a hypothesis, I'll say. A hypothesis that for at least half of the franchise owners, they don't make money. Like after they pay off their bills and everything, they might break even. That's my hypothesis. And so I really started digging into some of the financials and asking some other people who do have, real jobs and things to do. So they're not like, on my beck and call, but like people who have some experience with like financial analysis, CPA type people and stuff like that. I've been asking them to confirm some of my suspicions and things like that, because I have a feeling that this whole business model is really not actually set up to be profitable for the franchisees. It's actually set up to put human meat shields in between them and a lawsuit. And, you know, if the franchisees do a good job, great, good for them. They're going to be generating millions of dollars for the corporate. And if they don't do well, then so what? We'll just send Josh over to take over, recover the store. Do I think part 3 will be released? I do. Acid Scubba said it's MLM. I wanted to show y'all something else before I get off of here today. So yesterday, this precious man, adorable, probably my uncle for sure, left me the most generous super chat. He left me $100 super chat. And not only that, he has a YouTube channel and he's funny. I was subscribed on Surprise Witness. Let me switch accounts so we don't get an ad. Womp womp. He is funny. And shout out to him. And thank you for the very kind comment as in words of encouragement. He was like so nice. He was like, more YouTubers need to do work like this. I haven't seen work like this. And it was something really nice. But look at him. He's a lawyer and he's like cosplaying as a cop. Lawyer, this is how polite suggestion, right? He's like, how this polite suggestion can trick you into the field sobriety test. Okay, look how cute he is.
Have you been drinking? Why don't we have you step out, do some field sobriety tests. Let's make sure you're okay to drive. Backseat lawyer here. What you just witnessed was the polite trap the police used to try to get you to incriminate yourself.
Tell him, Uncle.
Do I have to take the field sobriety test? I read on the internet that they're
He dresses up. Look at this. He is funny.
voluntary. I just want to make sure you're okay to drive. And if you're good, you'll be on your way, no problem. Stop right there.
Yeah.
In almost every state, the field sobriety tests are completely voluntary. When the officer says if everything's good, you'll be on your way, that's just a little trick, a little dangling carrot to
You don't have to take those field sobriety tests. He's a lawyer. Patrick Silva Law.
get you to voluntarily consent to doing the field sobriety test. Don't fall for it.
Okay, I won't.
Well, if you say so, officer. And remember, if you agree to do the field sobriety test, you're just giving them ammunition to build a case against you.
Okay,
And all of this
got
is
it.
going to come into court and be used against you. Officer, I'm really not comfortable doing field sobriety tests. I have a bad ankle. Can I just give you my license and registration? Alrighty, you want to play that game? Have it your way. But we're going to make our decision whether to arrest you or not based on what we see so far.
We saw this. We saw this recently. Who was it? Oh, did I watch that with y'all or on my own time? There was this guy who got into a wreck with a kid, like a teenager, like basically learning how to drive or whatever. And then he actually is the one that got hit. And then he ended up getting given a field sobriety test. Did I do this with y'all live or did I just watch this on my own time? And now I don't remember. It was recently though. And the guy was like, I really don't want to do the field sobriety test, but they kind of were like nice to him. They kind of tricked him into doing it. And then they took him to jail and he blew a 0.00. Like he was really not drunk at all.
Alrighty? And remember, exercising your rights, you're not playing hardball. You're not trying to make it hard. You're just exercising your constitutional rights and you're not giving them evidence on a silver platter. So Attorney Patrick Silva, hope you like this quick one. Have a great day.
Yeah, it was civil, maybe civil rights lawyer covered it too. Yeah. And then, yeah, it was a truck backing out of the driveway. Yeah. Y'all saw that? I want to see what else Patrick Silva Law has going on. This is the one I clicked on. Alrighty, you want to play that game?
Is this yours? Have you been drinking? What? I think I smell weed. Are you driving high? Have you been smoking the manja?
Manja?
I'm not sure.
I think it's ganja.
Well, I definitely smell some weed. When did you last smoke? At this point in time, you got to watch what you say. Well, to be honest, officer, I smoked 4 hours ago, okay? But I'm not high. Uh-oh. He just gave
Why'd
the
you do
police
that?
enough reasonable
Look at the drip. Oh my God, look at his outfit. He is so cute.
suspicion to start a DUI investigation. All right, please exit the vehicle. Well, what happens if I don't want to get out of the car? Now that you gave the officer a reason to conduct a DUI investigation, and he gives you a lawful order to get out of your car, if you fail to do so, he's going to pull you out by force. All righty, you want to play that game? Let me help you out. I never said no. I never said no. All right, I'll get out.
You want to play that game? The cops could say everything to us, but then we can't say it. You know, you want to do that game? Okay, that's not a crime. But you want to go the easy way or hard way is a crime. Now, look, listen, I'm not saying you should go around and say that, because I can see how people could be, you know, interpret that as some type of a threat or whatever. But it is just kind of like not fair. Like, the cops really get away with everything.
All right, sir, I want you to follow the tip of my fingers with your eyes only. Officer, this eye test you want to give me, isn't that a field sobriety test? I respectfully decline. Alrighty, turn around.
Got it.
Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
No.
At this point, you might be going to jail, but at least you didn't give them evidence on a silver platter.
That's a good
Have
point.
a great day, Silva. Out. Bye.
Oh my God, he is so cute. I like the ones where he dresses up. Did he just start doing that? DUI defense. So it looks like he just started doing these costumes. Did we watch this one?
I think
Yeah, that's the weed.
Have you been drinking? Can you still go to jail for a person who breaks into your home? There's some
Driving with an open alcohol container.
You've seen it in 1,000 movies. The police walk into the holding room. You're getting interrogated. And he says, "We got your fingerprints on the coffee mug." Or they'll say, "We picked up your friend Johnny, and he said that you're good for the crime. He's in the other room confessing right now, and you're going down." A lot of cases, they're not won or lost on evidence. They're won on loss on people opening their big...
Also, by the way, don't drink and drive. I mean, that I figured that should go without saying. Like, I'm not trying to say, oh, drink and drive and then act a fool. No, like, if you're drinking and driving, you ought to go to jail. Actually, don't drink and drive. Thanks so much to Kitty for the $5 super chat. He that has the power to inflict the punishment will always scream the loudest when he is made to feel it. Ooh, yes, indeed. That's a good one, Frederick Douglass. He who has the power to inflict the punishment will always scream the loudest when he is made to feel it. Ooh, that gave me chills. Wow. Frederick Douglass, a real one. Thank you for the $5. Thanks so much to me, Walrus, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for all your work on this case. These alleged, not accusing anybody of a crime, scammers, but you know, who knows? Maybe it wasn't a scam. Maybe they're completely operating within their legal rights. But yeah, I mean, I do think they, in any event, need to be held accountable, at the very least, for making such harmful, libelous, damaging allegations to the cops as if it was a fact, that they knew for sure to be true, when not only did they not know it for sure to be true, but also it was false. False statements of fact. Cops are brainwashed. They do the same to the military. I have rights triggers them. I do think it does. I really do think it does. And the crazy thing is, the irony of that is that every single law enforcement officer, every single peace officer in the whole country got to put their hand up and swear an oath. I swear, you know, to uphold the United States Constitution, all that. So what are y'all thinking? Let's get some thoughts in here about what today's episode was. I mean, I think the big points were the possible unauthorized practice of law, the possible material omissions, also the patterns and the overlaps between Vail and Illegally Mine and Bricks and Minifigs. And not only that, Fortress Management. And now we're talking about Fortune Law Firm. And there's like, we're just building our world here. We're building our web here. Somebody said Too Many Hats, LLC. Too Many Hats, LLC. Ammon McMuff owns police training company. You lying. You are lying. You lying. You better be lying. Poke said, Josh Johnson, not a lawyer, but he plays one in real life. So this is what we're working with here. What else do I want to go into? Not today. And we're going to be wrapping it up here soon. Making Law Simple said I go live too long. Brandon Best. I do have, don't take anything here as facts, because I haven't verified that all this stuff is, Brandon Best, the guy, that we know of. I have some newspaper cutout stuff. What else do I want to go over with y'all? I think we have gone into most of this web, I will say. BAM Franchising Inc. This is where we haven't gone too deep yet. The BAM Franchising Company. And what I'm actually not lying, says it on another stream before seeing you saw it on another stream. He is his own grandpa. Where's what at? I don't know what you saying. That's my web on my computer. That's where it is. Wasn't a pattern of actions or something part of the RICO standard? I mean, that's what I thought. TGF said, I usually come in 3 hours late and watch on 2 times the speed and end up caught up around the time you're ending. When I'm cooking, you just got to let me cook. Now, this last 3 days, it really has been, I think, probably what will end up being the bulk of, I shouldn't speak too soon, but I think it'll end up being the bulk of this kind of in the weed stuff. But I'm going to keep digging and I'm going to keep looking. Some people do love the long stream. Some people do not. I do clip from time to time. Speaking of which, where are McNeff's training companies? Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that. Whoa. Fortune Law does litigation financing. Girl, we might be back down that rabbit hole. Speaking of clips, I did record a video this morning before this live stream about, I don't know why I keep almost calling Ben Schneider Dawson. I think this situation just reminds me a lot in a lot of ways of when I got into the Mr. Beast, Ava Chris Tyson allegations and all that. I keep almost calling him Dawson, but Ben. So he did have court. I made a video reacting to the court audio that got released, and that video is going to look, I'm not saying y'all don't research. I know a lot of people research. A lot of people were researching this before me even. A lot of the information that I've shown y'all has come from other people's research too, and I try to give credit when that is going on, when I can remember it. Like where I got it from and stuff. Sometimes I'm just moving so fast. But I do have that video about the court date of Ben, his court date, and the whole, he didn't have a lawyer and all that representing him. And so I will be premiering that pretty much now. We can all go over there. It's not that long, and then we'll be done for the day. I do have another video on BJ Investigates coming out. I may put that out later, but I'm not going to have y'all watch 9 straight hours, okay? Research is for researchers. May not be for everybody. Those who don't like it can wait for the clips. Yeah, and that's why I have 3 channels. I have this one. I have the one where I also put clips on this channel, but I have the one where I do those videos like the one that's coming out now, the reporting on the court, and then I have like a edited documentary channel, and there's something for everybody. I know not everybody follows all 3. It's kind of different audiences, but that's all I really had for this one, and this is probably all you're going to see from me this week. So don't contact anybody mentioned in this video. That's not the purpose of this video. This video is meant to report on the news, matters of public concern, ask questions, hold powerful people, entities, feds, and cops, and prominent figures accountable, and everybody's innocent until proven guilty. I know I'll be spending some time this weekend filing some reports personally. I don't know if y'all want to do that or not. It's up to you, within your rights. Facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Love you, mean it, okay, bye.